All right, you guys. I am literally like shaking right now. Um, I'm literally like shaking. Um, we got our monetization back on the channel. I'm just letting Discord know to join me. I'm literally I'm literally shaking right now. I don't know what to say. Um, uh, give me 2 seconds here. I'm just sharing to everyone so they can join us. Um, yeah, Andy, we're fucking remonetized. The channel is re-fucking monetized. Thank you so much to Reedman Law, my lawyer. I am beyond grateful for all of the hard work that Reedman Law has put in to getting this done. I put in a lot of work. This has been a 2-year battle to get this channel remonetized. Thank you so much to YouTube for working with us. I'll bring you guys in on Discord. I am just fucking I'm so thankful. This is it's been a really, really tough struggle and go. Please hit the like button when you guys get in. Drop a comment, say hello. Wow. I'm just gonna go into the live hangout tab, you guys. And I'm gonna actually I'm gonna end this. I'm gonna deactivate this window capture. No, I want Discord. Where's Discord? There it is. Discord. I'm literally fucking shaking. You guys, there's a ton of work that has gone into making this happen. I'm just it's hard to believe it's been this long. Let me get my video back up here. Yeah, it's so many people were telling me that this was, oh, it's a waste of time. You're never going to get anywhere with YouTube. Guys, this literally is everything. It's just, this is our main source of revenue for the company to keep daily operations going. And, I've burned through all of my pennies just trying to keep things going until we were successful with this. And I'm just, I can't say enough how excited I am.
Dude, remonetization.
Oh, man. I'm so pumped.
Dude, I'm fucking pumped for you, man. You worked pretty hard to get this shit back, so that's fucking what's up.
Dude, be pumped for all of us, man. It's going to be so great. There's going to be so much more content for everyone to have access to, and I'm just like, oh man, like
restricting you in other ways besides the monetization, or?
Here, I just need to close all of these windows. Okay, good. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know about shadow banning or anything else, but all I know is like, first thing I did is I wanted to turn on this live stream.
Oh, fucking good shit, man. I'm super fucking happy for it. This is gonna be so good for the community. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, dude. Okay, I need to go to YouTube. What I need to do right now first, while we're live on the air, what the hell is this? Is I just want to go to YouTube. Is make sure my videos with the highest revenue totals are, they have all of the ads on them. Oh.
Is this our 10th episode?
No, dude, fucking.
Yeah, it is. I need to change the.
Oh, it's 10 episodes? Hell yeah, 10 episodes.
Yeah.
Dude, what a special day.
We're just going to make it an open episode today. Anyone could come in and chat. This is big.
Cool.
I want to put.
So, man, is it
Man, 254 people are already watching.
was this a result of like talks, or did it take legal action to figure this out, or?
Well, this was the ongoing talks that were happening. My lawyer had submitted a deadline for YouTube and to get this sorted, which was last week, and they continued talking in the last couple days here, communicating. So, Cody Reedman, man, you made this happen. All I can say is I love you.
Hell yeah, man.
Reedman Law, you guys. Reedman Law out of Vancouver.
Is he making you rethink your hard no?
I think I might have to do I might have to do butt stuff with him, to be honest. Like,
Might have to.
Hey man, at the very least, you gotta give him a fish fillet, you know.
Yeah, you guys hit the like button when you get in. I see there's a bunch of you stopping in. I know you have to have like your email signed in on YouTube to. Well, one thing I found out recently is a lot of you guys don't even. You've never put a like on YouTube that listen to this show, because you have to actually sign up with your email in order to drop a like. So, do take a minute to do that if you can. Drop a like, and then so that you can comment and engage in the conversations on YouTube. Okay, so. Yeah, this is huge. I just got to make sure all of the main videos are fully monetized here. How are you guys? What's new?
Look like I got punched by Mike Tyson, but I'm alright.
Oh, yeah, abscess tooth, right, Octavian?
Yeah.
Fuck. Whew. Man. I know I need to change the thumbnail. This is actually the Pangburn Show episode 10. Isn't that something? On episode 10 we get remonetized.
Yep.
Once
again, I've eaten too much chocolate once again.
Nice.
Andy, our little chocolatier.
Yeah, I gotta stop eating so much chocolate. My stomach never is okay with it, and I just can never resist it anytime. Apparently, there's caffeine.
My phone's going a bit crazy.
Oh yeah.
Emails are flying.
I'm gonna have to jump on a call in a few minutes. Someone wants to have a quick chat.
Oh, exciting.
One of your dates on Tinder, like, oh, I heard you're finally monetized.
Yeah, I know you get a call from that porn star. He's just like,
could I Can I
As soon
like
as you
suck your dick?
monetize,
Oh, daddy.
All of a sudden, now that you're monetized, I realize we have so much in common.
oh my god.
Can I like suck you off?
Yeah, and there's been so much stuff I've wanted to keep up with our monetization program and with our translation program. We've been really behind on that. And I'm just like, fuck, I'm shaking. I can't. Yeah, it kind of felt like I saw that email come through, and I was like, I had to check it. I had to triple check and make sure, that this actually happened. And they've also mentioned they're sending me my 100,000 subscriber plaque, which I care way less about, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know. Might be cool to have, and just like
Silver button, bro. Silver.
You're like, check it out. Do you know anyone else who has this? No.
That's what you do. You go to the bar. You go to the bar with the entire plaque, and you just like, "Hey, ladies."
Yeah. You turn the entire plaque into a necklace. You wear it around like that. You're like Flavor Flav, but with a.
If you ever get to 1 million subs,
Woo! I had to do that.
Yeah. Release the beast, bro.
Oh man.
You mess with the thing,
you
bro.
guys don't realize like I've been sweating this for 2 years. Or however long it's been, a year, almost 2 years. Yeah.
I didn't know it's been that long. Von Duromol, hope I said that right, subscribe because of the Harris-Peterson back and forth. This is one of the reasons why I advocate for universal basic income. I'm not sure about your reasoning, but I'm totally with you on the UBI.
I am actually on board with UBI as well.
Ubi, baby.
I feel like that there's just a bajillion and a half ways we could make it happen.
Yeah.
And the biggest concern for people like that I hear about it is just like, well, where are we going to get the money?
The government has the money, okay?
No, they don't. They can't just print money, Andy. They can't just print money.
I know they technically can't right now, but if we remove the rules that are arbitrary, yes, they fucking can.
But Andy, they can't do it.
It is not breaking any physical law of nature to make more money. At a certain level, they do literally make more money. That's how we have money.
I mean, if you subscribe to a deity, or at least one of the three main religions, you could say that it's a physical thing that's holding it back. Their physical sin of greed.
I mean, I think it's greedier of the government to withhold resources that the people need to survive.
The government's allowed to be as greedy as they want.
No. No.
Careful, you're gonna trigger Andy.
Don't
trigger me, motherfucker.
Don't treat me that way, motherfucker. I didn't treat you that way.
Where's Scott? We need a little motherfucker drop in here.
Lex Luthor, Alexis Texas Lexicon just came in.
Honestly, guys, I mean this sincerely. While we are on this channel, the main channel,
be very nice.
Some things, Andy, we're going to talk about watching our mouth on. And that has to do with being on this platform and appreciating that we can do at least some content on this platform. We got to be
so maybe pull some punches a little bit.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with alluding to some things, but just be smart about it.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's kind of funnier that way.
I want to be alluding things with Andy.
I'll make some illusions.
Oh.
Okay, I haven't even made the thumbnail yet. Okay, there, thumbnail.
But like I really think UBI is possible. It's just.
Of course, it's possible. It's not.
I mean, I don't even think it's that far out of reach. Like, it's not only just possible, but I think we could do it pretty feasibly.
I mean, you'd be amazed at the stuff that the government does, and we don't even know about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I do have to say, like, guys, I talk so much about this that and this isn't a knock on YouTube at all. It's just when you do feel like there is something that's not getting done, and you feel strongly enough that you have some legal grounding behind the arguments you are trying to make, and the communication isn't working out, and sometimes that's because the right people you're not communicating with, like the people that are being given to you to communicate with aren't really the people who can make the kind of difference like we needed in this negotiation. I'll see if I can get my lawyer on for a podcast, for one of my next podcast guests. We do have Destiny coming on Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific time, and
I won't be able to hear.
Yeah, we also, I'm getting a little bit of feedback from one of your guys' mics.
That's probably me.
Just when you're not talking, just mute in between. But yeah, Destiny will be coming on this weekend. He'll also be joining us on Discord for a Q&A, so please do join us for that. If you do come into the YouTube stream right now, please drop a comment, drop a like. Really appreciate it. We are fucking remonetized, baby. And this is a great day.
Hello. Now, as you know, Travis, I really like running my mouth. Unfortunately, almost everything I think and say isn't monetizable. So I'm just going to sit here quietly, just know I'm reeing in the background quite loudly.
Please say what's on your mind. We don't have to stop saying what's on our mind. We just have to, be aware that while we're on this platform and not in our private chats, YouTube does have certain rules, and we want to abide by them. But ideologically, we can talk about, whatever.
Can we talk about how we dislike those rules?
Oh shit! I'll be right back.
You can, Andy, as long as you don't have over roughly the 20,000-ish mark number of viewers. If you start criticizing YouTube with that many, suddenly your stream starts cutting in and out. You have weird connection issues, and then your chat stops working.
Yeah, okay, you're probably right. How many people do we have right now? 250. I dislike the rules. There, I said it.
Specifically, if you criticize Susan Wojcicki and her lawyer about decisions they're making.
Don't even say that person's name.
Yeah, things happen. It's bad.
Yeah. She must not be named. You know what I really don't like is the whole live chat, top chat thing. Whoever uses top chat on purpose. And why is it the default? Who would choose only show me some of the chat? I only want partial context.
I actually do kind of know why that's the top and why that is. It's actually to do with getting people to come back. For whatever reason, humans are socially programmed to look for the most controversial opinions. So the top chat is really the hottest nuclear takes of either side. So people are most likely to engage with those types of comments. So if somebody leaves that comment, they want to throw it at the top, make it front and center, so they have people coming back, reloading the ads over and over again.
I disagree. I think it's part of an NWO plot.
Why can't it be both?
George Soros.
No, you're right.
George Soros.
Touché, sister.
Have you ever noticed, Andy, that almost all coffee mugs carry the same amount of liquid? What is going on with Big Mug in the background? Who is controlling this? Why can't I have weird-shaped mugs?
Have you ever noticed that Lay's potato chip bags are 90% air? And, that's not... I don't care what reason they give. They know why they do that.
I'm told this to stop them from breaking apart into dust. But Tostitos come in a bag that's 90% full, so I don't believe it.
I was actually about to say, I've got a thing about that. Cheetos apparently has decided to just fill all of their bags up constantly.
Yeah, do it.
At the Circle K that I work at the very least, every single bag of Cheetos is like full. Like there's weight to it.
Well, the other thing too is like my uncle died a couple years ago, and he has chips from like 1980 in his basement. And when you pick up one of those bags of chips, I mean, you don't open it because at this point, no, but they're full. So at some point, this changed. Someone made this decision. It's BS.
At some point, they were like, "Hey, how can we get them to buy more chips by having them buy less chips?" That's how it works.
Yeah. You always got to watch out for Big Chip, man.
Chip. They are. Hot Cheetos. You tired of all the hot red dust on your hands that you just can't wash off? Here's what you do. You just eat them with a fork. You just scoop them up. That's what I do.
If you put fucking hot sauce on it, you don't really get that problem. Then it's just hot sauce on your fingers.
I don't want anything on my fingertips, okay? I want my fingertips to be pristine, but I also want a spicy chip.
John,
So I use
John Parker is going to have to do a update on his article. Well, he'll have to write a new article about the Pangburn win here. This is huge. Yeah. What else can I say? Thank you to everyone who's been sharing anytime we've been talking about this this monetization issue. Thank you to everyone who's been sharing on social media and has been, atting YouTube to please reconsider and take another look at what's been going on. I think it was simply an administrative error. I don't know. I don't have any information as to exactly what the reasoning was yet. And in fact, I should send Cody a message.
Come on, Trav. Tell us how you really think. Sure, you're going to say what you're going to say because you got remonetized, but come on.
I'm telling you what, as it's coming to me, I'm telling you what I think. I mean, it's I don't know where things are at right now. I haven't really got a detailed email update.
I don't suspect you ever will. YouTube seems to be particularly bad in that department.
I mean from my lawyer, because he's been talking with their side. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it's been almost 2 years without a penny from all of these live event investments that exist on this channel, and it's been really tough. Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever see any reconciliation there, but I'm just happy that we are back up and running. I'm gonna see if the strike still exists. The strike from like 4 years ago still exists on the channel.
From now on, does this have to be apple juice?
No.
I don't know what you mean. It already is apple juice.
That's correct. That's why I'm asking. Does this have carrot? Can I use my imagination to make it something else?
I'm sure it's good apple juice. Yeah.
It's actually, believe it or not, this apple juice was made by Snoop Dogg. Because remember that song he's got back in the day, Apple Juice and Juice?
Yeah.
This he made his own.
Okay. Yeah, so the channel still has that initial strike from like 4 years ago. That has been like the thing that's been referenced during this whole thing. So, which is cool.
The way those letters are is so weird.
Hey, Trav, out of curiosity, at what point do you unlock the ability to receive super chats?
It should be unlocked right now.
Oh.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, guys. For those of you who are joining now, we have our monetization back. It's been like a 2-year battle. But yeah, let me see if super chats are. You guys are super chats active? Those of you who are chatting, or maybe
So I'm trying to send you one and I can't.
Oh, really?
Both because I can't find the button and because the Canadian government froze my bank account.
Oh.
Monetized capitalist peeves.
My bank account with all of my $205 that I won't be giving to any protests.
I don't know who. Someone commented that, and their name is just like O with a line through it. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but yes.
Yeah, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can turn super chat. Oh, now it's got like a insert ad button. Interesting. Some things have changed since we've been monetized. How do I enable? Because we used to have super chats.
Nice to meet you, Steve. I've never seen it spelled that way.
He says you pronounce it Steve, but according to Google, you pronounce it as A. Or E.
Are you saying you know how to say his name better than him?
I'm saying Google claims it knows how to say his name better than him.
Well, sometimes Google is wrong.
You see, the thing
Pronounce
is,
a pure E sound while you simultaneously roll your lips. Weird.
see, my name is Jack. That's spelled QLRWTS.
Nice.
It says you just had an ad, Travis, according to two guys in the chat. So,
yeah, no,
gentlemen, relate to us. What ad? What was it for? I'm curious. Was it different for both of you? How does it work?
I want to go to. How can I?
This guy says he's going to open.
I'm sorry. No, you're right. You're right, Steve. I assumed your gender. I'm sorry. I don't know what you are. I don't even know if you're human. So far, you've been a very mysterious figure. So I apologize for that. It was an ad for butt plugs. Okay, wasn't expecting that. I didn't know we were doing that.
I'll walk you through how
I didn't know they advertised those. Versatile Philosophy says it was a game. So we're Major League Gaming, Travis.
Cool. I'm just looking for where the super chat.
Steve, are you an AI? Are you a self-conscious AI who's commenting in the?
You can defeat almost any AI currently in use right now by asking it an if-then question. So, or an it question. So if you refer to something as it in the same sentence, it won't be able to reference back to the thing that it is referring to.
Tricky. I don't know if I would get that either.
I was preparing to go up against the entire AI army by learning their loopholes. He's got to make sure that he knows.
So, for instance, if you told an AI, the dog is chasing the cat and the cat scratched it, the AI has no idea the cat scratched the dog.
Oh, okay, it requires another layer of context.
Couldn't you just... Is it anything like the movies where, like, if you want to destroy a robot and, like, make its head explode, you just have to tell it a logical contradiction? Would that work against an AI?
Oh, here we go. Super stickers and super chats are now on.
What's a super sticker?
My guess is for that is, like, the AI would just kind of, like, not accept it as a question it's going to answer because it can't, so it just keeps doing other shit. Like,
It'd just be like, okay, how are you?
It'd be like, I don't know how to deal with that. Hi.
Do bots count as AI?
Okay,
No.
So
I didn't think so.
So an AI is an algorithm that takes information, interprets it, and then gives out an output. That's an AI. A bot is something that just follows a list of commands.
Hey, Paul.
Like,
oh yeah, you
spamming naughty
guys,
words one letter at a time on Twitter.
The super chat option is available now.
We're making it big, bro.
Hell yeah. There we go. I see it.
It is so on.
Next week when I have cash, I'll not even next week. In like 2 days, I'll throw a super chat your way. Just
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, dude. I'll send a super chat to myself and give myself money.
All right, who's going to be the first super chatter since we got our monetization back? Winner, whoever does it first gets something special. I'll send them like a napkin that I licked. Is that good?
I almost hit enter, and now I'm not going to.
That might be Travis. That might be a bad idea. All right, they get that napkin. They get that napkin. It has your DNA on it. They send it to Elon Musk. Next thing you know, there's a second Travis Pangburn. It's a bad idea.
Von Dorimal sends $2. That's okay. $2 American is $2.55 Canadian, by the way. So you really sent us.
Is it seriously?
55 cents. Yeah.
I thought we were way closer than that now.
Von Dorimal, thank you so much for the super chat. Everyone, thank you so much. This is a great day. I feel so good today.
Oh wow.
Wise Ape, how's it going, brother?
Oh, good. Sorry, I thought my mic was off.
We won our monetization back for the main channel. Feeling really,
that's great.
Really pumped. 79 cents from, what's this person's name again? Steve?
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve. Really appreciate it. Every little bit helps, guys, especially with the big tour coming up.
Is that some kind of European denomination?
That's the euro.
Yeah, he's Norwegian.
Yeah.
Steve, we're getting to the bottom of you. We're finding you out.
Thanks, Steve. I really appreciate it, man. You rock.
Thank you, man.
yeah, if
this is a great day, guys.
My account, I throw it on there for fun.
You guys, make sure you smash that like button. So few of you have smashed it, and again, it's starting to make more sense with our audience that I'm always kind of pressuring people, just like, can you guys please like and drop a comment? Yeah. There's a lot of you guys that aren't signed into YouTube, and you click the live link, but you obviously have to be signed into YouTube with your email in order to like and comment. So I haven't shared this on Facebook yet. Gotta get our Facebook peeps here.
Steve, you're British. Do you know Mace Starwalk personally? Because if you're both British, I figure you know each other.
I mean, at the very least, they're within 4 hours of each other.
Sure. I mean, Britain's a big place, and Mace lives in England, so I'm not sure.
I'm going to take the first tobacco rip on the monetized stream.
England is kind of small, isn't it? Like, relatively speaking. Hey, Dr. Bombay.
What up, Bombay?
Dao Su is also in here. I'm not sure if he said anything.
Greetings, everyone. Greetings.
I hear someone. They're a little quiet, though.
Dal said, Dally ho.
Working.
Dao Su is a working man. He's over at the office, at the water cooler, talking to.
I work. I'm building I'm putting in sleeves for electrical near a pool that's being built. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, cool.
Special.
Wait, so you're a pool boy, basically? You hooking up with some guy's wife? You're the pool.
I'm a technician, so I do mostly electrical, but pretty much anything these days.
Yeah, pool boys do maintenance. Technicians make your pool actually work.
What Dal's really saying is that he has a real job.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means. We just got $5 from Traversable Philosophy.
Oh, Traversable, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and thanks for your moderation. I've really appreciated your moderation thus far.
Thank you for the view.
Thank you for the super chat.
You got to hit him with and the viewers like you. Thank you.
Mr. Gnome says I'm a meme, and I thank you, I guess. I think that's a good thing.
You
It
are
can be a
alive.
good thing.
Sounds like a laundering scheme. Are we talking about this channel or what Dao Su does for a living?
Yeah, Trav just makes tens of millions of dollars every year, and he's got to find a way to make it look.
It's the movie Office Space, and I'm the main character who hates working, and then Travis is the guy who thinks he knows how to like mess with the system, and then I guess Nivik is our Indian friend. I can't remember how that movie actually goes. I don't even remember who the main guy was.
The Nivekian
What?
unit.
Andy, my friend, clearly I can also be your Indian friend. You do not need to rely only on Nivik.
He actually did reveal some. He did say that there was he did confirm that there's white, black, Asian also. I think he said in his family. Nivik.
Steve says, any plans to do any more of the live conversations between public intellectuals? You probably get asked that all the time, so apologies in advance. Of course, we have a big tour on sale right now. The first 3 events are on sale for the Celebration of Science and Reason Tour. If you go to pang-burn.com/tickets, I'll drop you guys the link. You can take a look at what that event is. It features a conversation between, for Calgary and Montreal, it'll be a conversation between Lawrence Krauss and Sabine Hossenfelder, and then Arvin Ash will be joining them for the Vancouver event. This is in April, so check out the link I just dropped in the comment section, and have a look. They're going to be talking about physics, science communication, all that fun stuff.
Hey, Bruce. Bruce just got in the chat.
What up, Bruce?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. It's a great day today.
What's up, Bruce?
It
Just hanging
feels
out,
good.
trying to finish work.
What do you do, Bruce?
For work?
Yeah.
Your mom. Just
What?
kidding.
Hey.
I'm a software developer.
Mm.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, so Bruce, we got the monetization back for the main channel, so
Oh, that's pretty great.
yeah,
Congratulations.
thanks, man.
Finally.
Yeah,
Good Lord.
yeah.
I don't want to be I don't want to like rain on a parade, but it's not possible that they're going to be like, "Oh, whoops.
That's
Nope, that was not."
of course that's possible.
Yeah, it is possible.
Upon further review, we revealed that
Let's be
our
clear.
previous interpretation.
I think that would help you though. I think that would help your case, Travis. To be like, "Okay, come on."
Let's be clear, and you guys, can you please like pinch me through the screen? You guys do see these super chats in the chat, right? Like, I'm not imagining this. Yeah. I just want to make sure I have
see it.
You guys
Let's
see this,
have
right?
a little look-see here. See if he's actually getting his super chats or if they're just on his end.
$5.
It's telling me
79.
I just want to make sure I haven't completely lost my mind. It says $10.29 Canadian in chat revenue, and we are on the main channel. I haven't messed this up. We're on the main channel.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through it, Travis. I'm not seeing anything.
Fuck off.
Yeah, Lexicon, let him dream.
Fuck all you.
Let him think this is real.
No, it looks so
see,
legit.
Travis, do you see the monetization in the room with you right now?
Yeah,
I
it's
see
here
it
right
all
now.
around me.
No, we see it too.
Even my footsteps. Every time I take a step, it's adding a super chat. You guys see this, right? Oh
Yeah,
my
it works.
God,
I just
Bruce,
tested
you're the
it.
fucking
God damn
king.
it.
Bruce is
That's
the
why
fucking
I had to test
king.
it. Works.
$100
Yeah,
super
yeah.
chat from Bruce. Bruce has been one of our biggest supporters through this whole fucking dilemma. Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah,
You
it
know
works,
what?
dude. It's
I'm going to
awesome.
speak in the language of Bruce and say, God bless you, Bruce.
That's all right.
Yeah,
Well,
thank you.
I'm glad it's
Thanks,
working,
brother.
man. That's great.
I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's hope it stays that way.
Yeah. We just got to make sure Andy
No hard R's.
Andy doesn't say, yeah, no.
I think even soft ones get you in trouble too.
Paul of the Raw
Yeah,
Unplanned
they do.
Dance, thank you so
Yeah.
much for the super chat. $10 for episode 10. Wishing you a good stream. I'll be on later. I want to talk about orangutans. Awesome.
Orangutans.
I hope that's not code, but yeah, me too. They're
Right,
cool.
they are
It's weird. They're orange.
Kind of a weird.
Hey Travis, how in depth did you go into that video I sent you? The one about them using a pig heart in a person.
Oh, dude, I watched the whole thing. I reposted it on social media. Yeah,
Did it work?
That's freaking crazy,
yeah, dude. By the way, the
that
first pig heart has been put in a person, and the person is doing great.
Wow.
From what I understand, the team that did this for this person, they actually think after like a set time period, it'd be possible to even take them off the immune suppressant drugs as well.
Well,
It'll fully adapt.
Yeah, because what they did was they genetically altered the pigs to not have any of the proteins that your body would normally freak out about finding something out as not human.
Okay, so they had to do that. That's what I was wondering. Yeah.
So it's kind of like they've made O negative organs.
Wild.
From pigs for people. It's crazy.
Dude, I'm gonna start destroying my liver now so I can get a new liver.
I mean, I think that's amazing. With cloning technology on top of this, like we could almost mass produce organs and get like every organ donor a fucking organ.
I wonder how the vegans feel about this one.
Well, the thing that I think is crazy is
Bruce, that was like one of the jokes that came to me because I read about this as an article and I took notes on it for Thursday's show. But don't worry, it's not the only thing. And that was one of the first jokes that came to my mind was like, I wonder if PETA is like gonna get on this and be like, no, you're killing an animal to save a guy's life, but it's still wrong. What about
there are the ideologues that would say it is. Like, there's plenty of them that would say, like, no death is okay. I think
I've seen PETA say that having pets is wrong because
PETA has said some crazy stuff.
Yeah, because they're like slaves or something. Like they're
PETA is a horrible organization. They have they were rounding up pets and killing them multiple times.
They euthanize like so many animals, and they say it's because we're putting them out of their misery. It's like misery that you're projecting onto them. They're gonna be fine.
They've even kidnapped people's pets and had them killed before the people could retrieve them, even though you're supposed to mandatorily wait like 3 days or something before you're allowed to euthanize.
Hey, Doolittle, we won the monetization back.
Yeah, I saw that. I hopped on to say congratulations.
Thanks, man.
That's a really big win.
Dude. I'm gonna get my lawyer to come on for a podcast episode just to talk about the process. But this has been a fucking man. There's a lot of work has gone into this, and I don't know if we're gonna recoup anything from the last couple of years here. But even if we don't, I'm just thrilled to be back.
Don't F it up.
Yeah.
Although it doesn't really. Who knows how to F it up?
It's weird, right? Because we didn't really F it up in the first place, according to their rules. So, yeah, guys, I mean, this is great. This is a great day for Pangburn and everyone involved, everyone who puts in a lot of time and effort to this brand. But just what we've learned from this is that, just like 2 years ago, this can be pulled away from us at any time. But again, this is why I think it's important to seek to understand the law of the land that you're being governed under, operate within that the best that you can, which includes, if you feel like you have legal grounding, to right the ship with regards to some kind of agreement that you think you've had with someone, use the legal process to help you and work for you. There's no shame in it.
Yeah, it's an interesting point because you would agree that many periods of change has occurred by breaking the law of the land and amending it and reforming it.
Sure.
So it's a hard spot to get into if you agree that there's reform required.
And you're right, because if you're feeling and let's use the Black Lives Matter example, right? Let's put ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, you can go all the way back to the 60s,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
and then come back to, yeah.
Let's put ourselves in the shoes of a BLM supporter who's hardcore and they truly believe that they are living in a systemically racist and they're being managed by a systemically racist police force, government entities, all that stuff. They have justified in their mind, let's say the ones that do break windows, the ones that do harm people, they have felt in their mind that they now have justification because the line has been crossed. So ultimately, as an individual, you do have to create in your mind like where that line is. My suggestion always is make sure that you are not being deluded to cross that in crossing that line. Make sure you've actually philosophically introspected and reasoned enough so that these consequences that come your way, like all these people who are being arrested right now, that these consequences are necessary for your cause. With this mandate issue, I don't think these people need to be getting arrested for this cause, but that's how I feel. Some of them feel differently because, you know, they want to be able to go into McDonald's. They want to be able to, you know, move around. My message to them is don't get out there and get arrested. The rest of the world is starting to follow along with what Boris Johnson, who had the testicles large enough to make the decision that the technology has caught up. So now it's time to open up and get back to living the way we are accustomed to.
Well, you know, and the thing is, like, I know that it's easy to say this in hindsight, but many of the people that were in the early days of this pandemic and lockdown, many people were waiting for this time, so they weren't interested in bowing and following these rules, mandates, and lockdowns because they had a feeling that this would be the case. And so they were willing to sacrifice whatever the case, you know, whatever they had to sacrifice for to maintain their autonomy and freedom until this sort of tech came along. It made it easier, but they still had a point, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and
so now it's hard because they're going to be vindicated. Some people will be vindicated, but then it depends on how you see it, because you could also say, well, hey, if we hadn't done this with our vaccine or with our planning or whatever you want to call the measures, then they'll say, well, you might not have gotten out of lockdown. But it's kind of a self-fulfilling issue a little bit, right? It's like we can reduce the lockdown measures because we've done what we should have done. Well, it's sort of hard to trust that sometimes.
Well, it doesn't take very long for those same people who are making those arguments to look at the statistics and discover that typically government measures have not had a noticeable impact on any region. Because regions that don't do it seem to have roughly the same rate as the regions that do it, on average. There are a few edge cases where it was probably helpful, such as New York and extreme population density centers. But on the whole, this virus seemed to have basically been endemic from the get-go. There was no stopping it.
Oh, I mean, that was kind of the argument you made initially.
Yeah, but the thing about that lexicon is the goal to begin with, until the technology can catch up, is to have everyone attempting to mitigate the spread. Which, of course, look, social distancing in grocery stores, what a joke that has been.
I actually made the argument that would have made it worse.
People literally reaching under their mask, touching the vegetable, the next person coming along, like
washing groceries.
My thing, my thing to begin with here was, okay, if we're going to actually say we need the technology to catch up, we should have fucking locked down until we caught up. If we really want to play in that game, you can't go half-ass. You can't go half-ass at it and expect the stupid apes to go out there and just like know how to social distance all of a sudden. We can't even locate, like, we don't know our ass from a hole in the ground generally, and we're asking people to do this. Like,
I'm actually kind of, so initially I would have maybe agreed or totally disagreed with you, one or the other. But actually, this is a weird spot for me to be in. I'm kind of agreeing with the measures we went to, only because I don't like the idea of massive tyrannical lockdown.
I don't either.
Like you would be suggesting and waiting for technology to catch up, right? But I also don't like the idea of having no prudence and just letting people, hurt each other.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like the measures we took, albeit sort of silly in some situations,
it actually
better than
was,
either alternative, maybe.
From a freedom perspective, like wanting to have as many freedoms as you can maintain, I think the government actually tried to do their best with that. Like at least in Canada, like they were like,
it depends on where you are.
It depends on where you are, but like if you start seeing like crazy spikes compared to other provinces, in how many cases. If you put yourself in the seat of being the decision maker, you might say, okay, well, if we stop, the live concert events, what's that going to do? What does that do to the probability of the spread? You might try some of those things, right? Or you might try more of them.
The part that really bothers me is the rules for me and rules for thee bit. How a lot
that's a problem.
A lot of upper class people and politicians seem to not be affected by these laws, whereas the public is required to do them. Like, I'm definitely like whole pro mask thing. Like, if you feel sick, put on a friggin' mask. That's some standard practice in most of Asia for at least 35 years, and honestly, it helps. Like, don't be stupid.
I'll be right back. Because I'm a weeb, and I feel like it's a cool fashion statement.
Well, I'm going to now disagree with it. Thanks, Andy.
My brother is giving me a call, so I'm just going to mute for a second.
And like one of the things that I really disagreed with was definitely the way grocery stores are set up, at least here in Canada. Typically, those grocery stores are set up with air filters and air currents in the store with the store design in mind. But then they put up these giant plastic dividers between the rows, blocking airflow and funneling people through these narrow tunnels one after another, cleaning the surfaces that people touch, except the ones where the public are. I couldn't think of a better way to make an area with high viral load, an area with low airspeed, and high surface area all around at head height. It's genius. Thank you. That's perfect.
While you're doing that, just touch your face a bunch.
Yeah, for sure. It's not like anyone's ever, touching buttons immediately walking through that area with like their credit card in their fingers when they're paying for stuff or anything.
Yeah, I remember hearing that rule for the first time. I was like, just stop touching your face so much. And then I realized how much I touch my face. It's like, oh, this is impossible not to do.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's on average 10 times an hour or something.
Not to mention how often I'm touching other people's faces. Just walking up to them.
Stop, Andy. Stop. Personal space.
It gets me beaten up very frequently, but it's worth it. I mean, they just.
Those glasses and pretend you're blind and be like, "Can I feel your face?"
Oh, that's my go-to cover, Octavian.
Wait a second. You're trying to tell me right now, Andy, that you walk over to people and touch their face, claiming you're blind, and they punch you for it? I'm sorry, those people are in the wrong. That's ridiculous. You don't punch a blind man. What's wrong with you?
No, I don't pretend to be blind. I would need a cane to do that. I can't just have the glasses. Or maybe, I don't know. I guess if you've been blind for a long time and you're really used to it, and you have like a lot of spatial awareness, I guess maybe you wouldn't need the cane, or at least not as much. But most blind people would still probably use some other kind of apparatus, right?
Yeah, it also depends. You can be legally blind, but still have like light and dark sensory. So you can like tell there's someone standing in front of you, just have no idea what they look like, right?
Well, isn't that what the glasses help with? Isn't that those?
Well, no, the glasses are usually because the person's been like injured into blindness, and they're wearing the glasses so other people don't have to look at their messed up eyes.
Yeah, That's why people would wear eye patches too.
Yeah. Also, some blind people have some sensitivity to light.
Oh.
But you just can't. They just can't make objects out. So if you're
Andy, do you know why pirates wear eye patches?
Because they were dirty fighters, and sometimes during fights, a pirate would get poked in the eye.
No, actually, it's. Don't you run your mouth? You're a D&D player. You know what it does.
Is it for sniping?
Close. When you go down into a ship, it becomes very suddenly dark. And if you have one eye that's in darkness all the time, you flip up the eye patch and you can see instantly instead of having to wait for your eyes to adjust. It's very useful when you're trying to stab redcoats in the dark and you can't see.
But the peg leg is for because they get their legs cut at, right?
Yeah, it's also for hiding rum. That too.
Yeah, but you're not going to amputate for the.
No, I'm just saying. It's typically that was done a lot.
Yeah, that's an after the fact, though.
Yeah.
Pirates are just so drunk. They're like, "Oh, I need somewhere to store me rum. Well, I guess I'll just."
Well, like, also you got to think, rum is kind of in a way money back then too. Like, it was a good that could be traded quite easily, and like, okay, yeah, you stole this guy's ship, you left him on an island, but do you really steal his fucking peg leg? Like, no. That guy.
I mean, some pirates were really honorable. Like, apparently Blackbeard, despite being so famous, he never took any prisoners, and he never took any slaves or anything. I don't think he actually. I'm not even sure how many people he actually killed.
To be fair, Blackbeard, no, he killed a lot of people. To be fair, though, Blackbeard also kind of couldn't do the whole slavery thing because the way he got his ride into piracy involved freeing slaves. So you can't really do slavery while your ship consists of people who are freed from slavery. That usually doesn't play well in a democracy.
Does anybody want to know why Captain Jack Sparrow owed a debt to the Dutchman? That one's fun. The reason why he actually owed him a debt.
Was it for resing the pearl from the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah, it was. Well, yeah, but there was a reason why he got it resed. He had to ask for it, and there was a reason. There's a reason his payment was what it was, because he'd worked for the East Indian Trading Company for a while, and when he worked there, he found out that some of the cargo he was transporting was people. He freed 100 and some odd souls, and that's why Jack owed him 100 and some odd souls, because he freed 100 or so slaves.
Oh, that's messed up.
Yeah.
What's messed up?
The
reason Jack Sparrow's soul is worth 100 souls is because he freed 100 slaves.
Is that what the case in the movie?
Yeah. They just don't say it explicitly. There's books that let you know what's going on in there.
What do you mean, books that were made after the movie was made or something?
Yeah.
To explain it? Interesting.
Yeah. They've got the entire stories of young Jack Sparrow.
Uh-huh.
Where's those friggin' movies? That sounds amazing.
That's not going to come out.
No, they'll
Was
never.
it because Depp is gone, right?
Part manga, but no anime.
Wasn't Depp canceled or at least removed from the show?
He got removed because of the Amber Heard crap. Yeah.
Yeah, he got removed, but I think he's coming back after it was found that it was a reverse Uno card. It was actually her beating the heck out of him.
Oh yeah.
I remember some details, but I'm not into celebrity gossip, so.
She shit on his bed.
Yikes.
Yeah, there was at one point
on purpose?
Yes, on purpose.
Okay, to be fair, shitting on someone's bed, yeah, that's gross, but I think smashing them in the face with a wine bottle until their eye turns black and blue is probably worse.
Well, no, true, but it's not just she's mean, she's also crazy. That's the point I'm getting at. She's not just a bad person who will beat somebody with a bottle, she'll also shit on your bed.
Okay, yeah, that's a pretty big distinction.
Disgusting and weird.
That has to be metaphorical for something.
No.
See, both of them Both of them missed an
No, I
opportunity
know the
here.
literal action happened, but if we're viewing life as a story, I think we could see that metaphorically.
They both missed that opportunity there to just agree to disagree and make a movie of her crapping on the bed, and they would have made billions.
Billions. They would have cleaned up. They would have made, ironically.
Yeah, literally cleaned up.
Ruined, but
They would have cleaned up. Yeah, literally.
well,
if
the stories are about if they're about young Jack Sparrow, though, it doesn't have to be Johnny Depp. It could just be some guy who looks like young Johnny Depp.
If they do an origin story sort of thing, yeah. That's how they get around it.
Yeah.
Plus, who wants to see old Johnny Depp as Jack Sparrow now?
Do like a back in action story coming out.
It'd be like a really bad Bruce Willis movie.
Yeah,
like a modern Bruce Willis movie.
Johnny Depp is a pretty good fucking actor. I still think he could pull it off.
Yeah, he could pull it off for sure.
That man could play anything, dude. It's insane. You speaking of Bruce Willis, did anyone see the fucking remake they did of Death Wish with him?
No.
It's absolute garbage. It needs Bronson.
It just occurred to me that Pirates of the Caribbean is a Disney production. I'm actually fine with them bringing back Depp to do the acting because they've gotten really good. If they got enough footage of an actor, they can make it look like they're young again.
I mean, traversable philosophy brings up a good point. Pirates are usually older, so that way they have the beards.
Yeah, they would have some beards. Yeah, that's true.
The other thing, too, is I don't remember the name of the actor, but Jack Sparrow's dad played an amazing part in a few of the films, and I definitely could see Jack reprising that type of role for like the next generation of pirates left behind after the fall of Pearl Harbor. Not Pearl Harbor, Port Royal.
How recent is that? Because I think I've only seen one or two of these movies. I mean, there's been like 20, so I don't know. I don't remember his dad.
Oh, his dad's in the second or third movie, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I definitely missed that. Jack Sparrow. Speaking of Jack Sparrow, it's sort of a bit of a sideways. Does anyone remember the Lonely Island bit with Michael Bolton, who was like he said Michael Bolton's a major cinephile?
Yeah, I love that one.
That's every time I think of Jack Sparrow, that is now in my brain.
Oh, and you mentioned Michael Bolton, that takes us back to Office Space. I forgot that one character's name was Mike Bolton. And that was a bit.
What did he say? He said it was a great name until that no talent ass clown came along.
Yeah, and he was talking to the Bobs, and they kept calling him Michael, and he's like, "You could just call me Mike," and then he lost favor with them because of that.
Yes, they're like, "Oh, okay."
That's a good movie.
It's the Navekian unit.
Where is he?
Nivek.
He's here. He's muted.
Nivek, we got the monetization back, brother. Rock and roll.
I think his mic actually might be like muted, like it's not working.
Yeah, maybe he's not.
Yeah. So Jack Sparrow was born 1690s. The pirate age basically went up to about 1812, 1815. So you could totally have another generation of pirates, and Jack Sparrow being old for sure.
Wasn't it true that the British Navy was comprised of pirates that they essentially militarized? That's why
sort of
great.
Letters of marque. So basically, it's a permit to do piracy in British waters so long as you're attacking the Spanish and the French.
Yeah, they call those privateers, government-oriented pirates.
We should reinstitute that. I don't like the French either. So.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, specifically.
As long as you're fighting the French, it's all bets are off.
Well, we could become allies with Somalia and be like, hey, we will establish a government, and they'll be like, oh, thank God, we won't have to resort to piracy anymore. Not so fast. We need you to be pirates against the French for us.
Back when slavery was first outlawed by the British Empire in 1833, A huge portion of black people left Canada and the 2 colonies in South Africa to join the Royal British Navy to basically just go around being pirates, and the only cargo they were interested in was slaves. So they'd take your shit, free your slaves, and then take your ship. That was all they were doing.
It's the spoils of war, right?
So that's a good. They're not necessarily bad then.
No, dude, it sounds more like they're anti-heroes.
Yeah, because they're also
like
still because I think slaves were considered property by the people doing slavery, so they were right there alongside like the rum and like nails, like you know what I mean. So
isn't the day after Valentine's Day in Canada known as National Flag Day, Travis?
No, now it's known as Monetization Day.
Yeah, not anymore. Now it's only.
Congratulations, Travis.
Thanks, Nivik.
I don't know why.
It's fucking.
I don't know why my
great
calendar
day.
tells me what
That's
these
one thing.
days
I don't remember getting notified.
You didn't get notified
Maybe
by
have
YouTube?
the bell off.
I don't remember being notified.
You mean the live stream?
My YouTube.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe the shadow banning will continue.
It's now
actually just turned on. I turned on the bell now for your channel, so I'll see if that works.
Yeah.
So I think it was on personalized instead of all. So
that's already a weird system. Like you get subscribed. Shouldn't that mean you're being told when somebody uploads? But then now, no, you have to ring the bell to get all notifications or something. I don't know.
Well, I kind of like that. It doesn't notify me for all. I subscribe to a lot, so to be honest, that'd be a lot of notifications.
It's now National Pangburn Day instead.
Hey,
the day the Pangburn got remonetized.
Hey, Trav, what's your favorite? I asked Google a mundane question and learned something I really didn't need to know.
That's a good question. Asking Google.
Just to give you an example, I asked Google, what is the day after Valentine's Day in Canada, trying to fact check Andy.
Right.
And it responds with, what do Canadians do for Valentine's? Most Canadian couples, unlike Americans who prefer to give gifts, prefer sex or dinner at a restaurant, or a home cooked meal, then sex. So apparently we're just really horny in the north. That's very interesting.
There's nothing else to do in there's just nothing else to do. It's so cold.
I honestly think that's better than how it works in America.
It's too cold.
Well, it makes sense when it's negative 27 outside and you literally can't get the roses home. What are you gonna do? You take the roses outside; they're frozen in 2 seconds.
You gotta buy plastic roses, like coated in antique.
You know what else this day is? This is the day in 1965 when the red maple leaf became the official flag of Canada.
Really? Oh,
that's why it's National Flag Day. Yeah.
1965 today. I'm pretty sure that's right. Yeah.
According to my calendar, which for some reason tells me about Canadian days, it is National Flag Day in Canada.
Americans really like to shit on Canadians for us having a leaf as a flag, but you know what? I feel like it gets past all the pretentious bullshit that goes on with flags. Like this color represents this, these stars represent that. No. Canada, maple syrup, leaf, red and white. There you go. Done.
Why is it pretentious to have meaning behind the symbol of your nation? That would be
no. It's pretentious to have extra meaning. Like the flag represents the country, but the blue stripes are for freedom, the red stripes are for this. It's a little bit less ridiculous with particularly America and Britain. But you get into some of the other countries and stuff starts to get really freaking wild.
Let's talk about the American flag real quick. See, there's a hidden meaning that most people don't notice. So what colors do we got? We got red, white, and blue. Okay, red, the color of the people who were here first until the white people came. So what is blue? Blue is going to be the people who take over from the white people. And what kind of people are they going to be? Aliens. Where is the blue? Where is the blue in the flag? Where the stars are. That's where the blue people are going to come from.
This
Valentine's
is a
Day
confused bit or something.
For Arizona was the day that Arizona became a state.
Yesterday?
Yeah,
Word. What year was that?
1912.
Yeah, I knew it was later.
Yeah, we were the last state in the continental U.S. to become a state.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we were.
So what was
probably
Arizona
debating
doing in like
Mexico.
1910? And
Yeah, we were part of New Mexico territory for quite a while. Because after the Mexican War, we basically just became part of New Mexico, and we were that way for quite a while. But there was still cities and stuff here, like Tombstone was at one point a big city. Bisbee, Tucson.
Yeah, but that wasn't until like late, man. Like New Mexico territory didn't come around until the late 1850s. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because that's like the end of the Mexican War. At the end of the Mexican War is when we joined New Mexico territory, and we were just part of New Mexico territory. We weren't anything, actually.
Right. Yeah,
But
and now Phoenix is like one of the biggest cities in the country. Phoenix.
Yep, we passed Philadelphia. We're now the 5th largest city in the U.S.
Yeah, everyone left Philadelphia during the pandemic. It's that wasn't a great place to be.
All I know about Phoenix,
I thought most of Philadelphia got abandoned before the pandemic, like the year before.
It depends on what you consider Philadelphia proper. You know, there's a lot going on in Philadelphia proper, like as far as like the suburbs and stuff. But yeah, I mean, like there's been a lot of white flight out of Philadelphia.
I don't think it's just white flight. Like honestly, if I was a black person, I'd still avoid the more radical side of the Black Lives Matter protests. Like it was an ideological thing. It wasn't really about race. At the end of the day, they were beating the shit out of anybody who disagreed with them.
Philadelphia was just an excuse to fight. Like that's just how they.
Well, when you're
not just the black
burning
people,
down
everybody
buildings,
was. You know,
like when you're burning down buildings, it's like CNN might still be on your side, but the normal people are probably gonna want to stay away.
It wasn't just BLM. Like it was just an excuse to be silly. So everyone started hopping on to the riot train.
It's not even necessarily like people who even came as genuine protesters or who are trying to claim to be protesters. Like sometimes when stuff like this starts going crazy, people just come out of the woodwork just because they want to be part of mayhem.
Oh yeah, for sure. Do you guys remember friggin' what's that YouTuber's name? I cannot believe I just forgot
Logan
it.
Paul? PewDiePie?
Yeah, Logan Paul's friggin' out there robbing liquor stores. Yeah, you're protesting real good there, my dude.
I don't remember that. Was he really?
Yeah. He's like a millionaire. He's like a millionaire, and he's robbing liquor stores, literally just for the fact of this is wrong.
Well, yeah, he's just trying to get a rise out of people, you know.
Yeah, just for the pleasure of committing chaotic actions.
Yeah, I mean it's to get some views, you know.
That's messed up.
I'm not saying it's right. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, it's a really messed up opinion to have, but I personally believe he did it because he just thought he could get away with it because there was so much chaos going on.
Yeah.
People are gonna notice you doing that. Like people are gonna notice that you're who you are.
Well, since you know about this, did they try and pursue him legally?
I believe they did, but I believe he was also either paid a fine or he was swept into the category of people that they just didn't bother continuing to prosecute after a while.
And it is a lot of work to prosecute all those people.
Crazy how that happens to an incredibly rich and famous guy that they just conveniently decide.
Also true.
And he wasn't even from the area that he was robbing, I'm guessing.
No. No, he
Yeah.
he had
So
to
he's
drive
like-
several hours
yeah,
to even get there.
Like, I'm gonna take a road trip to rob and take part in this riot.
There was a couple months immediately following him doing this where he like denied it was even him in the video and stuff.
When it looks like him, and also in the video, he's like, "Yo, what's up, Logan?"
Yeah, he totally was doing that. Like, you could have not had any more positive identifiers. It was ridiculous.
He pulls out his credit card. He's like his driver's license. Like, this is me. This is my social security number.
Well, not quite that, but yeah. I think my favorite, like, it makes no sense, what are you doing moment out of the whole Black Lives Matter nonsense is the lady recently punching a black guy in an elevator, and then when he's like, what the hell, she just starts screaming Black Lives Matter. And it's like, you can't punch a black guy.
What about the life of that black guy's face?
Yeah, I wish I got a better look at it, but I'm sure he was just like, what is life right now? Like,
But isn't that kind of
this?
like,
Can I
that's
ask
kind
a
of the
hypothetical?
situation there.
Black Lives Matter.
Can I ask a hypothetical in the Discord? I was just wondering what people would think about this viewpoint. What if in the Indian caste system there was organization that got together on Dalit Lives Matter instead of BLM? It's DLM, who are at the bottom of the caste system. That's
What
not
if?
that's
What do you
that
mean?
that's there, but is assumed not to be there.
Nivik, are you trying to draw a comparison between the bottom caste system in India and black people in America? Because I don't think that's an appropriate comparison if you are.
Well, I'm just asking what you would think about. I just wanted to get
I would be
ask
more
what
in
people would think
support
about
of that if they behaved themselves in a way that was reasonable, because I think that would be a more meaningful cause, because that is a literal caste system. It is literally systemic.
Okay.
Yeah, honestly,
and you're saying the other one didn't existed in America.
I would.
Yeah, right now there is no formally understood caste system in which blacks are at the bottom. I don't think that's real.
No, if DLM existed the way and acted the way BLM did in the way you just described, I would actually support even the radical effed up things that BLM did.
Okay,
I wouldn't
about
support
BLM.
it, but I would
I'm
be
saying-
like, I would hear about it and I'd be like, yeah, of course that's happening. Like, of course they're that crazy.
Okay.
Because,
I told you guys to forget about BLM and try to focus on DLM, and I wanted to get your opinion on that and
what
why.
I just said.
And
I
he
said,
said
like,
what he feel.
I said if DLM did the things that BLM currently did in America that I disagree with,
you can't help
under
with
the
BLM.
conditions you just described, I would actually agree with it in India happening for that reason, because the caste system is absolutely horrendous. I agree with Gandhi sitting down, destroying roadways, blocking off markets, and starving people, and himself intentionally to cause civil disobedience and screw with the economy to end something like that, because it's horrendous. It's a ludicrous destruction of rights for people.
You shouldn't say you agree with Gandhi, because Gandhi's view with the caste in India was identical to his view with it in America, along with race. But then again, forget about that.
Gandhi was also like, he's not perfect. Nobody is.
Forget about America. You said, so you say you supported because
I would not support their actions if they were too crazy, but I would empathize with them because I think that is a worse situation.
Also, for clarification, I don't think the arsonists and the lighting dumpsters on fire and sending them toward gas stations people, I don't actually think those were legitimate BLM supporters. I'm pretty sure those guys were actually insurgency Antifa with the intention of causing extra nonsense.
Okay.
That probably we're not thinking about activism of any kind.
Where I'm getting at is other people within the system can say, hey, why is it DLM? That's not right. There are other people. Shouldn't it be all castes matter?
Yes.
Yes, all castes matter, but once again, at the same time, there is a reason why they're saying what they're saying, in the same way the Black Lives Matter people have a reason for saying what they're saying.
It's Dalit supremacy, hypothetically, is
But
what's
Well, no,
being.
because they're
I
asking
don't
for
even think
equality,
there
not
should be.
supremacy.
the
I
question
don't
is
even
the
think there
question
should be
is
a caste system,
They're
though.
Dalit supremacists.
the question is there's more of a presupposition. Like, why is it that people should be equal and not have any hierarchy? Why is that the case?
Okay, yes, sure. So they deserve to be at the bottom then.
I'm not saying they deserve. I'm only asking
It
why
sounds
they
like it.
deserve, why they're asking to do something else. What is the actual problem? And
I
then
think the
also,
actual
why
problem
is
with
what's the actual problem?
Problems
And
with
then
caste
why
ideology.
right, but why is that a problem?
Well, because it's illogical. The reasoning behind it.
Yeah, why? I'm curious what the reasoning is. Yeah, I want to know like what the reason why it's illogical.
Well, people who feel that they're in power will in a caste that benefits them would want to keep that, and
That's
people
not
who
telling me
think,
why it's illogical.
oh, well, no, yeah, it is. I mean, well, that's that you should you shouldn't have a system that would unfairly, just no justification, put people in an oppressive state because
Are
you
you
want to
talking
keep
about
power and wealth.
are you talking about the Indian caste system right now, or are
Uh-huh.
you talking about
Yeah.
black people
Yeah.
in America?
Yeah.
All right.
No,
So
what?
the
No, I
Indian
said that.
He's
caste
talking
system.
about
No,
it
I'm
now.
talking about in India.
No, I wasn't sure. So isn't it the case that the Indian caste
Why did you bring up
system?
BLM? Why did you bring up in America?
Because you were talking about black people as well. So
Oh, okay. I thought you just came in.
Vivek, just let him
No, he's
finish.
been here.
Yeah.
yeah. What I was gonna say is that isn't it the case that the Indian caste system is like aristocracy there, right? Like it comes from way back. I know it's blood related, which is the same thing in China as well to a large extent. But it also comes from way back, right? Like when kings and queens and princes and whatever, you could get into royalty by either earning stuff or fighting battles or shit like that. And so like if you go from back then to here, you can see a logical progression or at least rational progression of why these people have the caste that they have now. It's just that it's linked to their families way back.
That's
And
some of that's used as a discursion away from the British influence, right? In exploiting this system in a way that would benefit them because they're ideological class, but that was with race.
To answer Bruce's question, I think having a diverse population with equal opportunity would allow the human race to adapt to future challenges or selecting factors in our environment better, because we would have more people with different skill sets and different abilities that aren't being hampered by their culture, so that they could then have their best attempt to solve whatever problem we face.
A lot of the folks that were wealthy during the British colonial times, they're the ones that are wealthy now. They have ties that go back to that time, in where they're just keeping power. It's kind of they're holding a power that used that the British they were puppets for the British of colonialism. So it how it is, it benefits them. Um, I guess, but yeah, I understand. Like, there probably some, like, there'll be radical supremacists and probably black nationalists in BLM, absolutely, and they want what do you call it, reparations, and that's and arguably it's like that's not right because everybody's like, well, if you get reparations, shouldn't we get reparations? Like, everybody should get reparations because everything happened bad to people in the past. So yeah,
Well,
that is yeah.
Every group as a historical collective has been wronged by some other group. Like every type of person has been enslaved or oppressed in some way historically.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you could say this like even just the reputation of many like has been marred based on stereotypes or historical oppression narratives or whatever the case is. Like for it, like even something as innocuous as like Irish people are terrible, have terrible angry habits and love to drink. Like that's disparaging and it's stereotypical based on historical events. And they were, beaten and enslaved in the United States and treated like garbage in infrastructure, right? So when
Irish
they
need
built
not apply.
so but what I'm saying is like but they're not. No one would make the argument that Irish descendants should have reparations for those epithets that thrown their way, and even if you can prove that there are a number of poor Irish people that have somehow been confined to, West Philly who are poor and on food stamps. Would you make it a case for their reparations? And people would say no because they have white skin. Well, you could trace their lineage back to the poor, thug that came across from Ireland on a boat and worked in a terrible factory, and his family never made ends meet. And they've been poor and disgusting for 300 years, or let's just say 200 years. So that argument doesn't work. You'd have to make a different argument for reparations for a specific group of people. The natives have a little bit of an argument because of their place here before, but technically speaking, Native Americans were a conquered people. So reparations and or reservations weren't required in any way, nor was that standard practice in the world until recent years. So I
And
think
also,
actually we deserve a little bit
Americans
of a hand to that.
were not any different from any other tribal group, and they also did slavery and all those good things as well among each other.
I'm not even making that argument. I'm just saying, like, how do we define who gets what for what particular reason? It's very difficult. And the other thing is, like, let's say we somehow equal the scales. Let's say, like, for the caste system, who does the equaling? See, whoever does the equaling has the power. Whoever weighs the scale equally to make that happen now holds the power at the top of the hierarchy. So you've not abolished the hierarchy, you've created a new one.
Yeah, it sounds like Lord of the Rings there. Is Lord of the Rings like?
Lord of the Rings is biblical.
Oh, well, what if you go through? Whoever holds the ring holds the power. It just sounds.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of the democratic system still has a massive hierarchy. And actually, like, if you, depending on how you see it, intellectuals may hold a higher or lower standard depending on how democracy is functioning in that scenario. But those who are popular, good-looking, maybe wealthy, maybe not, have a better shot in the democracy. That have represented.
By the way, the black nationalism. I mean, like, I get what are some arguments that would be with BLM, but with the black nationalism, like ADOS, African descendants of slaves,
ADOS, yeah,
it's not fair to even blacks themselves because not all of them were descendants.
Yeah, hell, a ton of them are immigrants from the 70s coming over from, like, Sri Lanka and stuff. Like,
well, yeah, like, are we just gonna give every black person reparations, even if their family, even if they're just immigrants from Africa who came here? But also, it's like, and then you start to break it down of like, okay, well, no, not all of them, and it's like, okay, so what about the really rich ones who seem to have transcended their historical oppression? I guess. Like, do we pay them too? Like, because there are black millionaires in the United States. Do we give them reparations?
No, but Andy, you got to understand, you can't say that because you don't know the oppression they've experienced being black and rich.
I know. I feel so bad for Will Smith. I'm sure he's just suffering every day.
Yeah.
So fighting discrimination, trying to end it with discrimination is probably, yeah.
Well, I don't think you're going to get away from discrimination. You're just trying to manage it. See, it's kind of like people have utopianistic ideas of eliminating homelessness. It's not possible. You manage homelessness because it's impossible to eliminate it.
I mean, can you ever get rid of a problem like entirely?
That's right. You do, and even those who manage it wield that power in some way. They've created a new hierarchy. And even in democracy, like I was saying, there's the hierarchy of values that exist. There's a hierarchy of just good-looking people that speak well. You know, I just don't see how you get away from it. And then how you get the scales
Japan
together.
I don't see anything inherently
No,
wrong
Japan has all sorts of
some kind
problems.
Yeah,
some
but
kind of virus.
homelessness.
Japan is super xenophobic.
Japan has 4 decimal places on its homeless population.
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of issues in Japan.
Well, isn't that because they like if the cops see a homeless person, they're allowed to like kill them or something?
No, it's illegal to be
No, I don't
homeless,
think
and
that's true.
they'll provide you with social homing if you don't have it. Like it's like
That
group homes
sounds-
for adults.
That sounds pretty cool, actually.
It's easy to do in a situation where you value the people that look like you the most, and you continue to do that.
Okay.
It's you know.
Yeah, how do they react when they see
I'm not saying it's ideal though. It's not ideal. I don't like that, but that's what happens.
This is how I see it. It's kind of like, yeah, I get the argument of the fight for rights on one side, but there could be a potential of not recognizing other groups that are marginalized and even groups within your own who don't go back, through back in history like African Americans do, being excluded in this in discrimination, in still doing this, in still discriminating. So it's kind of like a balance between the two, because there's some fights like when you look at the fights for civil rights, a lot of that, of inequality at blacks, it transferred over into other groups wanting that as well. It's just that it's like, it's kind of a balance. It's not that easy, because you don't want a type of ideological you don't want a changing in where things are counterbalanced in a way where it goes to the oppressor. You get what I'm saying? And
but I don't know that that's necessarily avoidable.
And you don't want to oppress trying to become the oppressor in society.
I don't disagree.
That doesn't get rid
happens.
of anything.
I don't disagree that happens. I just don't know that it's avoidable.
But
you could lessen it.
You don't want it to be from a point of you don't want it to be about like payback type of thing or anything.
Yeah, but you're still gonna have it happen though. Is what I mean. That's all I'm saying.
So I got on the topic of Japan just because I went for looking for the country with the lowest homelessness, and it just happened to be Japan. And then I was looking into why it has such a low homeless rate, reading this article, and I realized that it is not only illegal to be homeless in Japan, but they hold up, pull back up the article I just got rid of. Not only is it illegal to be homeless in Japan, but a whole bunch of them died off due to COVID, the closure of like a lot of places where Japanese homeless people had to go to like, I don't know, use the bathroom, clean their face off, that kind of stuff. So a bunch of them actually died. There's on average hovering close to the 4,000 people mark homeless in Japan out of 125 million. So that's very, very little. Well, what's interesting is, so begging is not allowed in Japan, and it's considered a criminal offense. which means you'll be
panhandling's
arrested,
criminal.
not
Panhandling is
fined.
criminal in a number of places in the U.S. actually.
But it is legal to go into a farmer's field and steal their crops to feed yourself. So Japan is pro stealing your food to survive, but illegal to ask for it.
Yeah, you can't ask for it, but you can take it. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think that's probably. I
That's
bet
kinda
you that's
weird.
sort of like spirit of the law, letter of the law thing. Like, imagine you had, a number of people just going and running roughshod over somebody's farm and taking all
No,
the food. I bet you there's a
and
problem there.
I agree with that, by the way. Like if you're starving, yes, steal some food. Like if you're not screwing someone over while you do it, like you take from some massive field, like do it. Like don't die.
Starving, people that starve being homeless is relatively rare, especially in first world, not emerging nations like Japan, that in the U.S. or wherever. That's like pretty freaking rare. There's so much.
It is actually getting more common because of the lockdowns and stuff, shutting down a lot of the places homeless people would go to.
I don't
raid
think
for
it's
food.
normal. That's not normal circumstances, of course. I hope that's not.
I'm sure that is kind of regulated. By the way, Bruce, like if a huge homeless caravan or whatever
Yeah, it
storm
comes to
some
someone's.
guy's farm, I'm sure that there would be some consequence for that.
Yeah,
I think the organizers would get in trouble, but I don't think the people actually doing the harvesting would. If that makes
Here's
sense.
an interesting cultural thing I heard about Japan. This might be bullshit, but what I heard is that if you're sleeping on the job, it's actually seen as a good thing because it means you're working really hard and you're tired.
Well, I mean, if you're working 18-hour days and they see that, they're probably like, "Yeah, you're going to be here another 12 hours anyway. Get a nap in."
Well, yeah, they don't bother scolding you or anything.
It's actually pretty
Because
common
you're
in
there all
Japan for
day.
people
It's
to.
efficient
Yeah.
actually if you sleep and then you get up and you work.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you're tired, you should be able to sleep because if you're awake but you're tired and you're trying to work, you're probably not going to be as productive
Also
as you were
dependent upon
if you
the
were well
job.
rested.
Yeah,
Or
you're
your
also
pilot falling asleep.
you're also not sleeping there and then getting up and leaving once your nap's done. You're continuing to work, so it's.
Pull a
very
George
efficient.
Costanza and sleep under
Ultimately,
the
it doesn't
desk all
really
day. Yeah. Pull a George Costanza and just sleep under the desk all day.
Yeah, just increase the size of your desk. Yeah, that way you can just actually miss work.
I mean,
What's
there is
weird
definitely
is if
something.
they arrest you for something, you have to plead guilty, and you can't.
It's no bueno.
Not,
I mean, there's obviously something going right there, or at least relatively right, in a place like Tokyo that has 37 million people. Right? I mean, that's not easy to manage. So, for instance, Tokyo has 37 million, and then I think Delhi, India has 30 million. Why is one more prosperous or safer or than the other? And the answer is probably access to goods and cultural differences. It has to be. So then maybe Nivek has a point on caste system, but I'm pretty sure Tokyo had a system similar to that, or Japan rather, for a very long time.
Yeah, it did until America came by and said you need to stop. That's the thing with Japan, which is really. I don't really like how weebs kind of idolize it. Japan has never been a forward country.
Yeah,
Ever
well,
in its
it's
history.
really
It's always
still
done
pretty
heinous shit.
xenophobic, despite its current culture being largely influenced by Western occupation.
It's always been doing heinous shit until someone came along and said stop it, and then it would say no, and then they go okay, overwhelming ludicrous amounts of force, and then Japan goes okay, and it calms down for 200 years.
I mean, what about India though, right? I mean,
So Japan is like the anime villain that eventually turns good after getting beaten up a lot.
Yeah, and then the hero makes one mistake and it goes back to being evil.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think population size is the issue as far as cities are concerned. There's something else there, and it's probably cultural or access to resources. Something for Brazil, right? Like Sao Paulo in Brazil. That's a huge city, but I think it's number 4 in the largest cities in the U.S. It's 22 million people. A couple years ago, 1 out of every 13 murders in the world happened in Brazil. So it's not just population and how they manage their homeless; it's cultural too, right? There's something going on there, and I don't know what that is. But it's not just the size is interesting, but they seem to manage it well. And Beijing has a lot of people, but they don't have any homeless people. Well, and they have a totalitarian situation there, right? But also a big disparity in wealth. So it's probably not an apples to apples comparison, but it is an interesting situation.
Japan is one of the places I think might be cool to visit. But
Japan's awesome to visit. I would imagine, unless you're even if you're Japanese and you're like an American Japanese citizen, like you grew up and were born in America, they won't let you come and become a Japanese citizzen.
Yeah. They're still very like tight-fisted about who gets to be Japanese.
Yeah, they're not even like xenophobic against like other races.
Yeah.
They're xenophobic against you not being Japanese. Yeah. Like, they're geo xenophobic. Like,
your identity.
Well, that's just
you are.
We nationalists, right? In some ways.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you come from a different place. You probably have different ideas, and your different ideas might disrupt the ideas
they
that
call
we're
those
used
people.
to.
They call those people here the alt-right.
Sometimes, yeah.
No, they do. In the U.S., if you hold that view, you are part of the alt-right, which is considered to be, a hate group by many people. But if you just want the U.S. to remain the way that you liked it, or want it to remain, the way that you've grown up and love your country, you're seen as, a problem. But in Japan, weebs are like, this is great. These people are awesome. Look at how cool they are.
Yeah, no, I would not. Yeah, I would not idolize Japan too much.
Special thanks to Keith Connolly and Dave S. for your super chats. Really appreciate it. Keith says, congratulations. Cheers to my first super chat. Thanks, Keith. Really appreciate it.
Dude, first day back, Travis. You're just raking it in. People want to show you love, dude. And yes, love and money are the same thing.
I guess there's not much skepticism channels out there.
Man, Joe Biden must really love America then, because that $1 trillion coin, Andy, that's a lot of love in one coin.
1 trillion. He loves America. That's true. It's the land of opportunity to huff the dandruff of children.
Gross, dude. Gross.
It's really creepy.
Your jokes normally land, Andy, but that one hurt the soul.
It does. It landed too well.
No, it's true. It's too correct. It's kind of dark, actually.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's been holding off on that, I guess, because people have been like, "That's creepy. Don't do that."
But what is going on with the $1 trillion coin? I'm missing this.
Oh, he minted $1 trillion coin or something to some inflation thing. I don't know, whatever.
What? A coin, and it's trillion. That's
No, is this like fake news or what?
Is this?
I don't know. I seen people talking about it a couple months ago, so I'm.
People, who do you think?
I'm not seriously saying it happened.
What do you think people talk about the most? It's fake news.
Dumpster fire. I don't see this. I think that's fake news. Or old news.
Yeah, it'd be old. It'd be like a.
Wait a second. Treasury and the Fed, right?
It's news that is not actually correct. That's all it is.
So there was a presidential $1 coin in 2007 that they used, but I guess President Obama vowed to negotiate again over raising the debt ceiling, and then he instructed the Treasury to mint a $1 trillion platinum coin, which could be deposited into government coffers to replenish accounts. This is off the table a long time ago.
It was being reconsidered recently. Last year. That's what it is.
Yeah. I don't think it's
actually
happening.
You're gonna have the $1 trillion coin, so that way you got the hope of Americans with the money, and people think if it's a big number, it has to be paper. No, it doesn't. It could also be a coin.
Hang on a second.
And some people think I'm a coin and my number can't be big, but you can also be a piece of paper, my friend. In terms of number, it also be the coin. Thank you, Mr.
Wouldn't it be
Burns.
awesome if we could actually build an economy that was balanced and didn't have sudden crashes?
I mean, what would really be cool is if we found some way to control inflation while also giving people the resources they need to survive.
From what I'm told, inflation that's very slow is a good thing. The problem is rapid inflation.
Yeah.
It depends on where you stand, where you land on it.
Yeah.
Because the money's only worth what people are willing to put faith in, right?
Well, that's the argument I'm hearing. It's that if you have very, very slow inflation, you can maintain faith, but if it goes rapid, then it causes a huge crash cycle.
And I think Tim West said we have that already, and he's right. That's kind of how it goes. In the YouTube chat, he said that. He also said it's cultural in parentheses. Who was referencing?
I want to get it. I want it to be more socialist than the way it currently is.
More socialist? I don't know what that means. Like just what? Like redistribution? Like what is socialist?
No, not redistribution. Just give people more.
Take all your shit and give it to someone else.
No, nobody owes anybody. Don't take shit from one person to give it to another. I don't like that. Obviously.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually kind of down with the New World Order. Like, you'll own nothing. You'll eat bugs. You'll live in the pod, and you will be happy.
With this.
That sounds dope. Because as long as my pod is
anything, I don't care how good it is. If it packages itself as a New World Order, I'm out of the reservation.
As long as I'm 100 kilometers away from anybody else with my pod out in the woods, I'm perfectly fine with that.
No, dude. Anything? Well, first of all, anything with the word "new" in it, it'd be very dubious. First of all,
World Order. I mean, we kind of have some of that, right? With the number of depends on what you think the UN is, right, or NATO is, or I don't know. Well, let's say WHO.
I mean, you could already say that there is a globalist cabal in a sense, but we just call that the UN.
It's globalism.
Yeah, I definitely think Alex Jones is completely right.
But I want
wrong about why and who's doing it.
Like, I'm not really cool with regular globalism, but I'm cool with like diet, sugar-free, zero-calorie globalism. Like,
what has globalism done? Positive. I'm curious. What has globalism done that's been positive? If you're going to say it's like, let's just take globalism as like geopolitical policy.
Okay, I got some things. Panama Canal was a globalist idea to increase trade across the world, make cutting through there easier.
No, who instituted the Panama Canal, and like how is that global? Because someone had to have said yes, this is okay in Panama. It's not as though they.
No. Actually, they shot the people who disagreed with it and built it anyways.
Who's they?
America, British Empire, and Panama Canal.
Well, I mean, first
who
of
was
all,
all involved in doing that.
An important point we're missing is that Earth isn't even a globe in the first place. So technically, globalism is not feasible.
So French constructed it, but the United States acquired it.
Yeah, and finished
through some treaty, though, right? It wasn't. See, this is what I'm saying. It wasn't as though someone took eminent domain from a global perspective and said, "We're doing this." There was an actual treaty that occurred, and whether or not you want to say it was fair, well, that's a different discussion. But they actually did make some kind of a treaty with Colombia and I guess the folks in Panama. But.
Yeah, but the people who lived there at the time were very much against it, and Colombia basically spoke for them. There was a whole bunch of nonsense going on.
It doesn't seem to me that it was some unilateral global cabal that came in and did the work. There was some, that's what I'm saying.
Well, no, because it's the same thing that we have today. There was, it's the same thing that we have today. There's a whole bunch of rich people who want access to, let's say, crossing the Panama area, and they'll put their money and influence behind democratic institutions to get the ball rolling, to get the things done they want to get done. It's never been a cabal meeting in a room going, today we will shoot the Panamanese and build a...
I was trying to be a little rascal about that, but yeah, I think...
for maybe the Fed, but yeah, go ahead.
It depends on what we're willing to call globalism, I guess, because Is any cooperation between several countries considered globalism?
It gets to be right. And so I think Tim says globalization increased standard of living for many countries. I think in that case, globalization means like having an interest with technology and travel available to us to go to other countries and do work. Because you could argue like people that you could argue that the West India Trading Company, British Trading Company, went and made some good standards in the places that they colonized, right?
Yeah.
But not necessarily.
Yeah, I definitely don't think we should have a 100% united one world state where it's like the entire earth is one government, and then there's people at the top of that, and there's just so much power concentrated into one. I don't. We shouldn't have.
I'm pro alien invasion because I think they would have like a lot of good ideas and cool tech, at the end of the day. In colonization,
you don't have to invade for that. Okay, if you want to be, you could just be chill aliens if you want. Like you could come down and just hang out with us. You don't have to invade. But that might be how it happens.
Well, they could, but
I don't believe in aliens, and I don't think they're ever coming.
If anything, if it looks like there's an alien invasion, question it at first because it probably is not an alien invasion.
Yeah.
But the ends will justify the means with the cool tech that we get at the end of the day. And
not really, because they could have just helped us out without that. Like
we could also just be gay and come and rape everyone, because they just want to,
but that's an excuse for colonialism,
They don't do the probing thing anymore. It's against.
So are you saying that aliens would come and help the global cabal that might need to happen to unify the world and join hands?
They might have to crack a couple of skulls. They might have to get a little rough with us.
I personally agree with Tim Pool's theory. I think it's the best one out there for this particular thing. The aliens are here. They've already shown up. It's just to actually be allowed into the Galactic Federation, one of the rules that you have to achieve is a single government across your whole planet, so that way you can speak as a unified force in the Senate. And until we achieve that, they won't let us actually communicate and know there's aliens.
If that's the case, we're either going to have to renegotiate how that works, or we're just going to have to not be accountable because we cannot do that. We can't have that huge of a concentration of power.
No. As far as I'm concerned, people would never do aliens. If aliens are real,
they need to be modernized. So absolutely,
because of the way. Well, because of space travel and how difficult it would be, I believe they would already be here. They'd already be here. But globalism, I don't think globalism has helped in an ideology. I do think global trade has helped in many ways.
I'm all for
but not globalism.
Bruce, it's actually not necessarily the case. Our planet is from a Generation 4 star. So that means our planet is a Generation 1 planet for being able to produce life that's capable of becoming intelligent. So there might actually not have been enough time to. No, it doesn't need to presuppose anything. You can take the metallicity of our. You can take the metallicity of our sun, figure out the metallicity of our solar system, figure out the size of the star that blew up to make our star and the 6 closest other stars, figure out what generation that was in its metallicity. You can repeat this process. We're only a Generation 4 star.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but even then, we are not necessarily aware of what exists beyond a certain sense of our solar system. So there could be another Generation 4.
Sure, yeah, but I'm saying if there's going to be, we see other Generation 4 stars all over the place, it's very possible that we are actually so early in time, there actually has been that, million-year-long period to actually colonize the entire galaxy.
And Bruce, I'm only sort of playing around. Alien race. You don't think there could be another advanced species out there that we're the only advanced species? That's cool. Because it would suck if there are other and more advanced species than us. So I'm glad to hear that.
I would say there probably are other.
I just don't believe it.
I would say there probably are, statistically speaking, other life forms out there that are as smart as us. I just don't
cool.
It's also very
As long
possible
as they're
the
not
laws of
smarter.
physics don't really allow it. Like,
I don't.
for all we know, the temperature of like particles and radiation beyond the magnetic field of your common star are so extreme that like you'd be insane to even try and traverse the gap. We don't friggin' know.
Oh, so if they're smarter, that'd suck if they visit us because they could destroy us. So
yeah,
if they're
I've
dumb,
talked to
that's
you
cool.
about this before.
If they're dumb, if they're dumb aliens
You're
like the
very
ones in the
cynical
movies,
about how you think
if
it
they're
would
dumb
be.
aliens like always the ones in the movies, then we're good.
No, I don't think that's. We're bad either way. There's no aliens coming here, dumb or smart. It's not good. It doesn't go well.
It wouldn't be
I'm
like
telling
a
you right
battle
now.
of Godzilla versus Bambi, right? We could have a chance. That's cool.
No,
It
I
also
don't think it's
depends
a
on how
battle. I
the
think
alien
it ruins.
civilization got built in the first place. Like,
I'm
if
pretty sure it ruins everything. To be honest,
well, here's the
if
thing:
you want me
like,
to be honest, it doesn't go well.
does the want to explore require a need and a want to conquer? Like,
No, but I mean, but
typically
it
with
does
humans, that's been the
require
case.
survival. No, it doesn't.
Don't do that. Don't say that because you're gonna give an impression that aliens would be mean and nasty.
No,
Well-
yeah, you can't. You really shouldn't assume that it would go awful. I mean, it
No,
could.
But
I'm saying
Leprechaun's just an
psychological.
example of human beings, and it's a good example.
How is it possible? How is it possible for stupid aliens to traverse space and time and come here? I mean, I don't know what you mean by stupid. You know,
I don't know.
they just happen to be dumb, but they have interstellar travel or intergalactic travel.
I think
I mean, it depends on what you mean by dumb.
There's a plot device that kills them easily.
Like, is there?
I mean, it could be that they just come from some really weird planet where naturally occurring wormholes are incredibly common, so they just have to step through those. And
This is like a Rick and Morty episode.
If they're not dumb, we're fucked, Bruce. That sucks. That viewpoint sucks.
I don't think they're dumb, and I do.
You're way too cynical about aliens.
I believe that if they come, we are screwed because they're not dumb, and it changes. It's world shattering for the entire for all the worldview of almost everyone on this planet, and I think people might actually die.
I don't know. A lot of people do believe in aliens, Bruce.
No. They like to believe in aliens, but when aliens actually come, they might just pass out or die from shock. I honestly believe so. It's fun to think about.
When aliens come, I would not be surprised if they came. I would just be careful. I would be worried about what they're like.
Two things, Bruce. One, you're pre-assuming that aliens are coming with ill intent, which I think is a bit ridiculous.
I'm not saying ill intent. No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying any intention at all ruins the worldview of almost everyone on this planet and just implodes their entire existence. I'm telling you right now.
I disagree with you that the collective consciousness is so fragile we would suffer major catastrophic failure as a result of that.
You have a lot more faith in people's collective conscious. I do not. I think people are.
Like Bruce, it wouldn't have I don't think it would have no collateral damage, but I do feel like it's in the back of the mind or in the front of the mind of so many people as a possibility and even as a likelihood. And there's just this general idea if there might be aliens.
It's kind of like when the geek gets the hot chick and it's like this never happens, but when it does, he just cannot handle it. And it doesn't go well at all, and he just fumbles at the ball. You know, it just destroys. It's just like this. There is no way this goes well.
Does that go bad every time though? When a guy gets a girl who's out of his
it goes bad. It's not just out of his league. It's like he's built up this woman, and he's built up all of the things about her, and he finally has achieved it, and he ruins it because he's so wrapped up in his fantasy that the reality of it destroys him.
Bruce, here's a hypothetical. Aliens don't with the JWST. It's not that aliens visit us. It's that the JWST is capable of seeing life on other planets. If it actually does that, you think the same effect would happen?
You're talking about the telescope,
James Webb Space Telescope.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. If it happens, so if we find it, you're asking, does it destroy? Is it the same thing as them coming here?
Yeah, because you said by our view being changed.
Yeah, exactly.
I think them having to show up because people would suspend disbelief for a long time until they actually see it with their own eyes. I don't think so.
This is what I want to ask then, a little bit different than Nivik, because I don't want to be scientifically incorrect. that telescope will never see aliens. It's not possible. But because of how it functions, it doesn't work in the wavelength that we use to see things in that type of detail.
They say they can pick exoplanets.
Let's say we built 7 Hubble telescopes, sent them all into orbit, and used them as one supermassive.
And we found aliens.
And we directly have like visible proof around this star. There's a Dyson sphere. We can see thermal signatures from ships traveling in this solar system that are using some technology way beyond our experience, so that they can utilize the energy of their star. Some crazy shit like that.
I mean, it's possible that might. I think if you could look at the pandemic as that. So let's say we knew of the pandemic, we didn't necessarily know of its efficacy on individuals. Like, it possibly could hurt people we don't know. You see how the world reacted. I think it would probably be worse. But until they showed up, would it actually implode our world?
Lexicon, the JWST, if they can focus on an exoplanet, they can see life.
Yeah, but yes, they can focus on an exoplanet, but it can't take up any detail that is high enough of a resolution to be able to give us any consistency on what that planet is made of. It's more of like a spotting telescope because it operates in the microwave and radio frequencies, not
infrared.
The visible light spectrum and infrared. It's in the very far end of the infrared. It's not even like in the type of infrared that like people splitting light with prisms we're typically seeing, or testing and discovering. So the wavelength of light that it is actually using to measure the universe is much larger than the detail precision that you would need to like be like aliens over there. You can be like, there's a planet, but you wouldn't be able to tell like that planet has beryllium on it.
Okay, because from the atmosphere, they say that how they tell is by the atmosphere, by looking at the
James Webb. James.
So if it's familiar to the Earth's atmosphere, that would probably I guess with the carbon monoxide.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to acknowledge somebody joins us in the voice chat. I'm not sure if they're new here or not. Hey, Free Speech.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, so
mostly here.
Nice to see you here. I don't think I've ever seen you before. So Nivik, what the James Webb has, it has a near-infrared spectrograph, so it can only take spectrographs within the near-infrared spectrum. It can't use the spectrographs we use to detect things like hydrogen, CO2. James Webb will be excellent for discovering planets in systems where there's a lot of hydrogen gas in the way, or a lot of dust particles, that kind of things, because the larger wavelengths slip through those objects and come to us more clearly, but it won't be doing any chemistry sniffing at a distance through spectrography. It won't be doing that.
The light that are coming from things that are very distant away shifts to the infrared. It's not that that's the light that
yes,
thing
but as it shifts,
off.
you also lose detail. So it's outside the scope of what James Webb is meant to do. James Webb is more tuned towards
I'm saying like the spectrum that you're talking about isn't what it's picking up. It shifts to the infrared over a long distance because infrared wavelengths are longer.
Yeah,
and,
I know.
And the wavelengths of other things are shorter, but it's kind of like
shifts that much. Those peaks get mellowed out. You lose detail.
I'm just saying it's like it's a recalculation, pretty much, of what they would look for in visible light by the Hubble telescope. You cannot see that when the distance are too far. It shifts to the infrared. It shifts over to the infrared. The wavelength get longer.
And James Webb only sees in infrared, so it is going to be okay. So when the detail comes in, you send a spectrograph.
I'm just saying it's more complicated than you think. It's not like because it's in the infrared. It picks up in the infrared, so it can only see infrared. Wavelength light shifts to different wavelengths over distances.
It shifts, but as it shifts,
they calibrate.
Why do you never let me finish my point, my dude?
But I'm not finishing what I'm saying.
You cut me off, and then you just kept going.
But I'm just saying there's a recalibration.
I'm telling you that recalibration loses detail. When you take a photon of light from, 12 million light years away and it comes here, it is going to interact with gas, dust, all kinds of things as it comes. You lose accuracy using that spectrum of light. So if you want to tell the difference between a CO2 molecule and a CO molecule, or even harder, an NO3 and an NO2, you can't do that in infrared. So we're not going to be able to look for things like methane in an atmosphere on the planets that James Webb can see. If James Webb also did like the higher spectrum area and it wasn't shifted as much, there's going to be a hard limit on how far away you can do the chemistry sniffing thing with atmospheres. Because once you've shifted out of like 300 nanometer to like 600 nanometer, once you've made that jump, you lose detail because it's not just redshifting just because it's traveled so far. It's also redshifting because it's interacting with tiny molecules over that vast distance. That make enough sense?
Oh, crap. I'm really worried. I think my charger might be starting to stop working.
Oh, no.
I plugged it back in and now it's working again, but I'm starting to get nervous now. And I keep sneezing.
Yeah, I'm surprised we got 320 people watching while Travis is going.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't know my mic was mute. I wasn't too. I was saying I wasn't too familiar with the science of the JWST. I just know that a lot of scientists that was the claims that they're making is what I was pretty much.
Well, that's the problem. Is a lot of the people making claims about the James Webb Telescope have nothing to do with the project and have no idea what the hell they're talking about. And then you talk to somebody who's actually involved in the project, and suddenly things start making.
No. I'm talking about the NASA scientists. I'm not talking about
because so like that's the thing. Like,
YouTube.
There's a whole bunch of people on in the NASA team that have no idea of like what's actually on the friggin' James Webb Telescope. It's so friggin' weird because the parts came from Canada, and then the like mechanisms for doing the sun shields came from Europe, and it's a huge project, and people think it's going to do things it can't do, which is just weird. Although, I mean, for sure, like if you had, I'm sure you can look at like spectrums for some detail work, like the closer stuff, maybe like ones we already know about. But I mean, beyond, I think it's 6 or 7 million light years. Beyond that, you're not going to be doing any chemistry sniffing because it's too distorted. It's kind of like Nivik. It's kind of like when we built that telescope to see the black hole at M60. It's kind of like the same deal. You're doing a lot of backwards engineering and you're doing a lot of noise cancellation. Well, the difference between the type of chemicals in the atmosphere are the range is so small, you need such precision, it's in that noise calculation. So it'd be really hard to make any determination. Maybe if we had 2 or 3 different James Webbs at different Lagrange points, and then we compared the same star and the same planet at the same time, then you could make delineations in the exact chemical signatures in that shifted spectrum and get that type of detail. But a single James Webb isn't going to pull that off.
Okay, I didn't know that. I saw they shouldn't be making those claims.
Most people don't realize this, but Hubble is actually got, for what it is able to see, it actually has a better resolution than James Webb. James Webb has a much better resolution in a whole bunch of bands we can't see. And it also has a longer, it can see further away, but it can't see what's up close in the same level of detail. It's a different beast. It's a completely different piece of equipment. it really shouldn't be compared to other telescopes. It's going to do great things, but it's not a 1-to-1 comparison.
Okay.
Man, we started this show super
What about
early.
detecting the atmosphere of composition of knowing whether there'd be life or not on a planet? Okay.
Yeah, you guys, interesting conversation.
Travis, do you just keep getting calls from your family, like your distant cousin, like, "Hey, remember me? What's up, man?" So I heard your anyway. So I'm like, I have like this business idea that like.
No, it's I'm you know, I've been just taking some time to go through the videos and make sure everything's monetized now, and making sure everything has a reasonable amount of advertising on it, and then things will start rolling. It'll take about a month to catch up, but yeah, it's awesome.
Come on, Andy. You know how greedy Travis is. If he had family that was that intriguing to him, he'd be monetizing them on his YouTube channel.
Exactly.
It's like people from his high school. It's like, "Hey, Travis, remember me? I had Chem with you. So I heard you like got like the money now. Like, can I?"
No, it's you know, it helps a lot. You know, the more you grow a channel, the more watch time hours you're generating. You start collecting resources quickly. YouTube's an amazing platform for that.
Hey, Lexicon.
No, I'll talk to you later. Actually, no, I'm gonna do that on YouTube.
Oh, you're heading out?
No. I was gonna say something to Travis, but I'll wait till it's off air.
Yeah, I thought where you were coming from was that like the picking up the atmosphere, the composition of the atmosphere. It's the conclusion that they make might not necessarily mean that it's life. It could just be the atmosphere. It might not be from life.
Yeah, well, okay, partially that, but also like, okay, when you see a methane molecule, it is going to produce a very specific spectrum of light, and then if you send that spectrum of light, that photon with holding that spectrum towards our planet, after a certain amount of distance, that spectrum is going to get smoothed out, and methane might look like trimethylamine. It might look like some other chemical that has the same like angles of the hydrogen sticking off the carbon. You lose detail. So James Webb will never be able to say a planet similar to the moon Titan has methane on it. It'll say this planet has hydrocarbons with a 70% similarity to methane.
Oh, okay. So
I'll be right back.
I don't really understand completely how the infrared would work. I don't know if they're like spectrums of infrared in where you can tell, or it would just be in red.
Yeah. So okay, no, it's not just in red. It's the electromagnetic spectrum is continuous the whole way across. Our eyes only receive a certain range. That's all it is. Like colors are totally BS. They're made up by our brains to just differentiate between different wavelengths. They're not a real thing. Red isn't red. It's just a section of the spectrum.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So like, if you wanted,
they're all different degrees of spectrums over time because wavelengths change over time. So you can see different levels of spectrums in each area, like in the gamma or in the red infrared.
Yeah. So
because
like,
they'll be narrow, but over billions of years it would stretch.
So like, you know how like you've heard of like electron telescope or electron microscopes, things like that? So like if you're looking at something in a microscope and you're looking at it in let's say yellow light, so mid-range light, you're actually going to receive a higher level of detail using just blue light, because the blue light is going to have a shorter wavelength, and that means you're getting more detail off the object you're looking at. Then you take that even further and you got X-ray and gamma, where the frequency is I think the frequency goes up. I'm not sure about that, but the gamma, like the amount it moves sideways relative to the direction it's traveling is so much smaller. You get a higher level of detail. That's why they're firing electrons and following these electrons bouncing off things in basically straight lines. You get a much higher level of detail. If you can only see in the infrared, the amount of detail you can see decreases. Hubble can see in our visible spectrum. So Hubble, when it takes a spectrum of a star, it can tell what those elements are in that star, because those elements are going to have peaks in our spectrum. You can do the same thing with James Webb, but the problem is by the time that star's spectrum has reached James Webb, it's been redshifted far into the infrared spectrum, and that shifting not only changes it to infrared, but also distorts it slightly, and that distortion is where you lose your ability to tell the components of an atmosphere. That's the problem.
I never heard a NASA scientist say that.
Well,
what I heard was that they could if they could the only question was the many stars are out there, and the odds of potentially finding one more being the issue. And not
well, see, there's a whole bunch of stars that are candidates in our own galaxy that are relatively nearby, where James Webb, that distortion will be so much less, it actually could make a determination where Hubble couldn't, because it's going to be redshifted, but it's not going to be redshifted so far that distortion matters.
So it's that the by looking at the light of the chemical makeup of the atmosphere, you could see there could potentially be by biological signs of gases that would be made by the planet. You can say, well, maybe this means that there's life. It doesn't necessarily mean that it came from life. It probably, maybe the planet naturally produces.
Yeah, same thing too, because like if you look at Titan, it's like mostly hydrocarbons. I'm pretty sure it rains methane on Titan. So you can't really say methane's a sign of life when we have examples of things that are never going to have life on them.
But you have to understand, like, the type of scientists. I mean, like the type of like scientists that are behind the James Webb, who would be observing this. You know, I'm sure the way that they'll conclude on whether something is life or not would be complex.
Oh, for sure, 100%. I don't think James Webb is going to actually confirm life. I don't think that's possible in any meaningful way. But I do think if you had 3 or 4 of this telescope and they were all linked in such a fashion that they could work together to produce an image, I think you definitely could make that determination at an extreme range.
Because I watch YouTube videos by the exact scientists themselves talking about that potential, and they're saying that they hope to. It might not necessarily mean they don't really care about finding life, to be honest. They more want to just observe the universe, because the potential of that happening, I think that's there, would be so low that it's kind of like, nah, don't. Who even cares about that? Because you know, you have to look at, you know, you have to look through so many stars, and there's so many planets around each star. Just like how it's like grains of sand on the beach, you know. So it's like it's like hitting a lottery, you know. So it's like we're not going to play the lottery, because your chances of hitting the lottery would just be a waste of time, right? So let's not care about that. If it happens, cool. It could potentially happen. Was where I was coming from. You hypothetically could be looking at a planet that would hold life, but the odds of that happening is very low because there's just so much planets, and it has to be in a Goldilocks zone, which would be very fucking rare.
Well, there's also some other atypical things going on. Like James Webb is probably not going to be used for looking for life in that way.
No, it's not. It's not going to be. That's what I was saying. It's a waste of time.
And not just because it's a waste of time, but also because James Webb isn't really equipped for that. It's not that type of telescope. It's a long range. Like, they'll be able to make an incredible resolution on things we've never even imagined on the far side of our galaxy. Because there's this big chunk of the sky where you basically can't see jack shit all because there's a ton of dust in the way. They'll be able to see right through that like it's not even there. So they're going to be able to see all kinds of crazy stuff. The other thing James Webb is going to be amazing for is looking at the center of our galaxy and getting a really good view of what's going on there. Because there was a couple telescopes that were recently looking in that region, also infrared telescopes, and they're seeing these crazy distortions around what we think is a black hole, but we can't even determine that because it seems to be ripping apart stars into these like gas clouds and then recondensing them at the periapsis as it comes down, and then they expand again, like craziness.
A quick thing, the makeup of the JWST is different than the Hubble. It is way bigger, so it can take in more information as a result. The bigger telescope does that, and each telescope it's 18 mirrors on each of those telescopes. So it's almost as if they're single, each of those mirrors is like a single telescope in itself, and they all focus on the star, focusing at the stars, and they overlap to increase detail.
That is true, but the aperture of your telescope is only your absolute range. Telescopes don't work in the way people think they do. You can have a small telescope using just gamma or something, have a higher resolution than one that's using infrared or near infrared light. Telescopes there's a complex relationship between the type of light you're using, the focal length of your telescope, and the size of your reflective surface.
That's why it's in gold, the surface.
Right, but the bigger the better, usually.
The gold picks up infrared of the telescope, is why it's gold.
Not like, okay, that's the thing though. So not necessarily. Like, my telescope that I have in my room right now is 600 millimeters across, and it's a triple refractive index telescope. So I have a whole bunch of little tiny lenses that cut out a bunch of distortions you get from using glass lenses in it. That telescope has a better resolution for looking at things like the moon than a radio telescope twice the aperture size. That's only 12 inches.
No. That's not what I mean. That's really not what I mean.
You're telling me your telescope can look at the moon better than the JWST?
No. What?
That's not what he said. That's not what he said at all.
That's not even close to what I said.
He said a specific type of radio telescope, like the ones that you see at like the big broadcasting places. Those, Nivik, like those types of, or I don't know if direct.
Look, I'm talking about just like consumer grade telescopes. A radio telescope that's 12 inches wide and only 10 inches deep. That telescope is not going to be able to see the moon in the same detail as my much, much smaller aperture, long tube style telescope.
There's a whole different. No. Well, I mean,
and we're dealing with the same type of relationship between Hubble and
sure,
James
but this
Webb.
is not a radio telescope. This is like an optical telescope, right? There's
James
a big
Webb
difference.
is actually outside the optical range. It's in the far infrared.
Yeah.
They say near, but its accuracy in the near infrared isn't that great compared to its far infrared capabilities.
But Lexicon, I was asking a question. If you focus the JWST,
what is that called? That's called like the bandwidth or something.
Would it be accurate? Would it? would the could you get detail from? Would you get would the detail be good if you used it for something as close as the moon?
I actually don't think so. You know how when you're looking through like binoculars, stuff
Yeah.
in the foreground gets blurry?
Mm-hmm.
I think James
So you're
Webb
saying because the range is further, right?
Yeah, it might. I don't know, but I think it might. I don't know if it has enough distance between the light collector and the reflector mirrors to make that type of resolution. It might. I don't know if it
Here's
does.
what I,
I can
here's what I
let me
think
answer
about
that.
the
Let me answer
moon
that question.
and the
That question was
reason.
asked by them is a hypothetical. If you wanted to focus on watching a laser, a bee on the surface of the moon, would that be possible? And they said yes, that could be done. If you could look at the bee and pick up the infrared
Assuming it was.
coming off of the bee and get an accurate
Oh, the
image of the
infrared.
bee.
Damn, that's crazy.
Here's what I think is the truth about the moon.
No,
and
look it up on
Well,
YouTube.
what
That
I
was
have to
actually
say,
No, I believe you. I
an
believe you. I
actual
believe you. I,
detail.
I, I take your word for fact.
gotta
Don't
say
worry.
That was actually a question
I want
about
to
the
hear what
detail
Fat
of
J wants to
a
say.
hypothetical of the moon, of a detailed image of the moon, and it's like, okay, let's say
I don't know
hypothetically, if
what
honeybee was on the image on the surface of the
about
moon,
optics.
would it be accurate? Could it accurately pick up
wants to
an image? And the
talk.
I
answer
don't
is
know
yes.
too much about optics, but I know that the James Webb Telescope is fucking fast as fuck, boy.
Raleigh, could you stop trying to like swallow your mic, please?
What do you mean trying to swallow my mic?
Bro, please don't do that sound.
What sounds that?
It's just
Jolly,
like
get your microphone out of your throat. Seriously.
You
This is
literally just
YouTube.
sound
We're
like
civilized
blowing your
society here.
microphone.
You're gonna get us
I
demonetized
think
again.
that the moon has intelligent life on it, but it's also incredibly primitive and tribal. So when we sent people there, they were incredibly. It was almost like cavemen. Like they were just incredibly,
And what empirical evidence do you have to support
incredibly
this theory?
savage to them, and that's why we've never done a manned mission back.
You stop talking off of Fetai. He was saying something.
And what empirical evidence do you have to support this theory, Andy?
Do you actually think I'm serious about this, Tristan?
Let Fate talk.
You know, and the original live stream, they didn't call them live streams back then. They were just broadcasts. The original broadcast of the NASA moon landing, they cut out 2 minutes. And it's because Neil
Yeah,
Armstrong.
dude, that could have been 2 minutes of alien brutes to show up.
Yeah, it's because Neil Armstrong saw some shit, dude. He really did, and he was. And
No
he was,
way.
And he was
At the
Hasn't
moon?
Neil Armstrong said some like
Which shit
weird
would there
stuff?
be at the moon? Start with, we can see the moon really well. So I feel like we could see stuff on there.
Yeah, maybe
even
they're not always on the
Armstrong could
surface,
see.
and they just came out on this surface because they heard that there's a craft landing.
Well, I wonder if some people saw them going on to the moon through their telescopes. I wonder if that was if people were capable of that back then. Surely, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, people see weird phenomena on the moon all the time.
The moon is made out of cheese, by the way. We're all
I
clear.
don't know. I think the moon seems rather boring to me.
The moon is made out of green cheese. The moon's not boring. It's crazy. It's right next to us, and it's just this thing that's just there.
It
I
is
love the
cool. I do think it's cool, and we should definitely, for no reason, have a base there. Just because I think we have enough money.
It wouldn't be for no reason. That could be useful for other space travel potentially.
In terms
Which is
of
also mostly
in terms
pointless.
of Delta V, it's halfway to anywhere in the universe.
Can I just want to finish up my conversation with Nivik so I can leave. Nivik, I know nobody on YouTube is going to be able to see this, but I just posted a picture. It's of the same structure in the universe. One's an infrared, one's invisible. Your ability to detect chemistry happens in the detail that is missing in the infrared picture. That's the problem. Yes, you can see more because you can see further, but you're not going to be able to see the detail you could in the visible spectrum.
If you want to see what Lexicon posted, all you have to do is join the Discord. We talk about all kinds of wonderful stuff every day, guys.
Is
Come
there
on, if
is
you're
there still
watching
such
and
a
you
thing
haven't
as
joined,
exposure?
join.
Is there still such a thing as exposure? Let's say you point the telescope at that one spot in the infrared for a very long time.
No,
Would
it
that
won't
be
matter because you're not seeing it at all.
So that
The
went
whole
over my
point-
head, Lexicon. I'm slow. What did you say a minute ago? You
Okay,
said
so I
that.
just posted a picture in the live text chat. The picture on the left is done in the visible spectrum, and the picture on the right is done in the infrared spectrum. The infrared spectrum allows you to see more stars because you're seeing through the gas. But that's the problem. If you're trying to use infrared to see gas on an atmosphere of a planet millions of light years away, you are not going to be able to do it with the same detail as you could in the visible spectrum. That information is lost because infrared passes through it and doesn't pick up the detail. That's what's being lost when you're using James Webb versus Hubble.
Okay, so the
Sure.
conclusion is that you wouldn't know if there's life on a planet or not with the JWST.
Yeah, but they're just trying to see further,
it's all
right? That's
bullshit.
the goal.
These people.
Yeah, James Webb sees much, much further. Its ability to see is vastly improved versus Hubble. It's going to be seeing the first light of the universe. It's going to be able to see.
That's exactly what I'm down for. That right there is it's very exciting.
James Webb is gonna be seeing
Higher
like
resolution picture of the
the
background
first
radiation.
photons to ever exist. Period.
Bro, I'm so down.
No, dude, it's gonna have to go really far away to see the first photons. Super.
No, they're
luminous.
already here. That's the joke.
No, but they're very far away. By now.
Yeah.
No, their
sure.
origin point is very far away.
No, yeah. But when you see them, you see them now here.
By the way, Lexicon, to you talking about the image of the sharpness, I addressed that with the size of the mirror being bigger than a Hubble, and it being 18 separate mirrors together that looks like an image.
No,
that
Nivik. Okay,
adds those
so
images together.
you notice how there's no orange in the second picture. Like, that gas literally cannot be seen with infrared. That's the detail you need to differentiate between methane and CO2.
Right, that's not the interest. Who cares about that, though? Of course, we're not going to look for aliens. Yeah. Fuck that. That's not interesting at all. Let's look at the first fucking photons, bro.
Well, no, Nivik was talking about how some people, even working for NASA, are making claims that be able to detect life on other planets using James Webb, which just, I don't know why those people are saying that. Maybe it's hype. Maybe it's...
I mean, you could see structure. You could see vast structure.
But I was just
you'd
saying,
never,
you'd
never be able to see... You'd never be able to see...
You wouldn't be using the methods we use right now to,
I'm just
pass
saying,
through...
these are scientists that are, the top level, and whatever process that they're going about to say that's true or not would be complicated. I don't think
let me rephrase
but they're not the absolute truth. You feel me, Nivik? They're not the absolute.
So the absolute truth comes down to physics, and that is infrared cannot carry the detail that they want it to carry to make that claim. So I don't know why they're claiming it. Maybe they think
look,
they can
this
find...
is a possible thing. This is a possible sideways.
What Lexicon was talking about was
maybe the method by which you're saying that they look for life.
What Lexicon was talking about was the sharpness of the image, but this mirror is bigger and there's more mirrors on.
Yeah, so if
you
had,
no, you're not understanding.
That increases
Nivik's right. Nivik's right. So if you had 3 or 4 James Webbs, each at their own Lagrange point, and they all took this picture at the same time, you might be able to compile together an image in the infrared spectrum with the same detail of both these pictures. But James Webb by itself definitely can't do that.
Why do you have this obsession with Lagrange points?
Because they're simple, stable points where things can stay forever. They don't need to do much effort to...
Tristan, you sound extra sarcastic today. Are you in a bad mood?
I woke up from a nap in which I had a bad dream.
You had a bad dream? Want to talk about it?
No, I'd love some dream analysis. What do you remember about the dream?
I do not want to talk about my dream.
Okay, we don't have to talk about it.
It'd be way more fun than whatever we're doing. Let's just talk about your dream, man. Maybe
dude, lately I have not even been remembering my dreams.
Well, last night I had a dream that I got shot, and it didn't hurt, but
nothing really hurts in the dream. I think
it was a bad dream, bro. For some reason, I had a dream, and my ex-girlfriend was in it, and then her dad shot me, and
ooh, that one's crazy. That one's a good one. I read this book. I don't know how much value you'd give it, but I thought it was a good book. It was The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. I think it's if you read any Sigmund Freud, you should read this book. And he makes a claim in it, and the claim is all dreams are wish fulfillments. And he said always,
Getting
right?
shot.
Like always, your dreams are you trying
That's
to
kind of
fulfill
that's kind of
that wish?
bullshit. You people have dreams about stuff they don't want to happen all the time.
Yeah, hold up.
No, right. Hold on. Well, this is exactly the point that he brings up, right? Like, sometimes we have nightmares, right? Dreams we don't want to see. And he posited that there is this thing about you. There is this type of persona, this type of other type of ego, called it the subconscious, right? That was trying to communicate another wish that you truly did have, but that this, whatever fate, your ego, the person you call yourself, for whatever specific reasons, wasn't able to deal with it right now, right? But there was some part of you that was wanting to come that across. So I would ask you, what do you think you gain from being shot by like your girlfriend's dad or whatever? Like, how would that be a good thing?
Couldn't it be a fear of something that might potentially happen and coming true? Of just being kind of like looking at the reality of the potential that of the outcome that might happen, and where it's probably likely that however it is that you live in your life, this thing that you fear would eventually get you.
Freud definitely needs to be taken with a grain of salt. I mean, I've
I
had
agree.
dreams
I agree. I'm
before.
not saying 100%.
I've had dreams before, like my favorite, and by favorite I mean please never again, was falling to my death. But being teleported back to falling to my death from the start, just before I hit the ground, so I can't wake up and just get to enjoy that on repeat for like 4 hours. That was a good one.
Bro, what the
You have
fuck?
made so
Yeah, well, see, it was during the time period of my life where I was experimenting with lucid dreaming, and I figured out if you ever want it out, you just kill yourself and your brain stops dreaming and gives up because whatever. So it decided to fuck with me and went, that's an interesting loophole you found to escape. Enjoy. And then I just did that for 4 hours. That was
It's
a
funny
time.
that you can quantify it. That's very interesting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In a way, you were
Why do
torturing
you
yourself.
do that? Do you think there's like an inner type of thing that is communicating? Like, why do you? Is it just colloquially that you're personifying that idea?
No, I'm just saying that type of dream, and there's other versions of it and whatever. It breaks a
Uh-huh.
lot of the things that Freud was coming up with. It's
Oh,
he's
100%.
definitely
Well, okay. One, I would say on more careful analysis of Freud, Freud really went deep on what he meant by what he was saying. I mean, it's a thick book, and maybe it's not worth your time, but like he goes into like a lot of detail that you would think is very simplistic to like counteract or like prove wrong, but he shows through like some very specific notions of his analysis of why he thinks and examples through the patients that he's had, which I guess are anecdotal, right? But ultimately like derives what he is saying in like a very one-to-one way. I'm not saying he's right in his assertions. I definitely think he was flawed to only the perspective around his time, right? Like he didn't think of many of these ideas how we think of them now. But there's definitely some golden point, I would say. Like I'm not even convinced about the subconscious idea. That seems kind of weird.
What's
But again, you said this thing, which was oh, you found this loophole.
Oh
have
yeah,
fun
it
with
was.
it,
Yeah,
right? And I
when
feel like you personified something there. I don't know what it was that you were personifying.
well, no, like lucid dreaming is where your consciousness basically takes over the dream and you're able to control it. But if you ever lose control and want out, very quickly killing yourself is a way to get out of it. It's your brain for whatever reason can't. I guess you need to experience death to be able to experience it in a dream or something to that effect. So if you haven't, it's the same thing as like falling backwards into water. Unless you've done it a bunch and made your senses completely dead to it, generally that wakes you up. That's usually an end point to any dream. So I was using it as a method to escape when I lost control of a dream while I was lucid dreaming. But eventually I got thrown in that one, and it sucked.
What do you mean lose control? How could you lose control of a lucid dream?
It's hard to describe. Basically, you get sucked back into the narrative. You're still aware, but you've lost your ability to like just change things at will.
I feel like I've had those types of dreams all the time.
Yeah.
That's just a normal dream to me.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Is like, so I've pretty well stopped dreaming altogether. I'm not gonna go through why that is because it's
you definitely still dream, my friend. You definitely still
you
dream.
definitely still dream, but I've lost my ability to like be aware of it.
Sure.
But
you just have to focus on it. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case anymore. I effectively got kicked out of my own subconscious when I tried to use lucid dreaming to edit my own personality.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's how. Okay, well, that's an interesting rationale. Maybe there's some more meaning that I'm missing there, but
yeah, there is. There's a very long story I don't want to get into.
Right, no, that's fine. That's fine. Maybe I'll ask you about it later.
I don't know if it really counts as a lucid dream, but I've definitely been aware while I was sleeping. But when I'm aware when I'm sleeping, I'm not in some dream landscape. I'm just in my room, and in my room, and sometimes I can sort of like walk around in my room, but while I'm asleep, but
having an OBE.
Yeah. I can leave my body, but that's like the best that I can do.
That's very similar to me sleeping in quote unquote sleeping in school and still learning the lesson. You're partially aware of your surroundings. That's hyper awareness while you're sleeping. That's very close to lucid dreaming, but it's not quite the same thing. The big
I would say
distinction
you're not learning if you're sleeping.
Well, no, I still passed all my tests, and I was definitely not conscious for the class.
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean you weren't like that's where you learned it. You may have learned it somewhere else, likely.
I don't think you learn body anatomy just at random. I
think you can. I think you can 100% learn body anatomy through like talking to people that know about it, being in the class in general.
You read Aldous Huxley's Brave New World? There's a scene in that book in which they use like sleep hypnosis therapy to teach people about the one world government when they're children. While they are all taking naps, they will play music for them, and they will teach them, phrases that when they're adults they all know, sort of like proverbs or like biblical verses, but it's things, like the state is good and the state is God and things like that.
That kind of stuff is definitely friggin' possible. You can absolutely influence people in their sleep if they're open to listening. But so like lucid dreaming, specifically what it is typically the way I would quote unquote trigger it and figure it out. Is if you're ever in a dream state and you ask the question, am I dreaming? You look for 4 different things. 1, do people around you have faces? Typically when you're dreaming, the answer is no. And that's because the part of your brain that's responsible for recognizing people's faces is sleeping. 2, can you read the language of the things written around you?
Whoa. Hold on. What do you mean it's sleeping? Is it sleeping the way I'm sleeping?
No, it's not active.
Okay, that's a different thing than sleeping, right? Because we're sleeping right now, and we're active.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So I should clarify, the neurons in the part of your brain that are responsible for detecting people's faces are not active. They're not allowing pathway use at that time.
Weird, very weird.
So you can't see people's faces. You might be able to see one or 2.
They're dead? Would you say they're dead right there?
No, they're not dead.
They're not dead.
They're just not performing certain chemical processes required to transfer information.
Sure, gotcha.
Same thing with language. The language portion of your brain is functional, so you can like speak and think and write, but you lose detail in the script. So if you like look at a page, you might be able to read it, but if you actually like focus in, your H's aren't H's and your C's are not C's. That's another way to figure it out. What?
Nazis?
What do Nazis have to do with anything? If you see Nazis in your dream, that's a completely different problem, Andy.
Your C's are Nazis?
Oh, I see. Yes, yeah, your C's are not C's. Yes, indeed. So and then the other two ones are people you hyper recognize, like friends and family. If you look beyond their face, very often they will have confused body types. So it'll be the legs of your sister and the face of your best friend. The things don't line up.
I don't know about that. I remember the body of my ex-girlfriend very well in my last dream.
Yeah, but that's a very specific. I think these are things you can look for to recognize that you're dreaming. You're not in reality. So the first stage to lucid dreaming, the final stage is like you can snap your fingers and summon a dragon and then go fight it. You have
Shut the fuck up,
dream. If you want to fly, you can just do that. Like that type of shit. Basically, your dreams become D&D and go have fun and video games. Like they're a thing. You just control them. But the first step to getting into that, to being able to actually consciously control reality around you in a dream state, is recognizing the fact that you're in a dream state at all. And that's really hard to do. But the few of the triggers you can look for are things like people, like background characters. So people like, let's say you're having a dream in a mall. Yeah, you can see your friend's face. Can you see the people's faces around him in the background? Typically that won't be filled in. Stuff like that. So faces won't be filled in. Scripts won't be correct. You can still read them. They're just not right. Bodies that are being used are like just chunks of other people you've seen. They're not accurate. And typically you'll make distances that are impossible, but still logically to you make sense. So you're walking in a mall and suddenly you're in a school. You can walk from a mall to a school. It makes sense in the dream state and the narrative, but if you think back to like, wait a minute, you realize there's lost time. There's no way you as a human could have gone from these two locations at the same time. And if you recognize that, you can realize you're not in reality. So you just got to have going into the dream state, knowing there's triggers you can look for and be consciously aware of them.
Whenever I realize that I'm dreaming, most of the time I just wake up immediately.
Yeah, that's another problem. If you're actively looking for it, sometimes that does happen. But that's the thing. That's why I said I think it was kind of like my subconscious trapped me in a lucid dreaming state, because there'd be the occasional time where I would lose control, get sucked back in the narrative or whatever, and at that point, I can't do anything about it. I still have like some minor control, but you can't be like, we're going to space, change the dream, hell yeah. You lose that ability. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe you're falling into deeper REM sleep, or I don't know what's going on. But if you're in a bad situation, because sometimes you go and explore freaking fighting a dragon and losing, you might. And if you lose control at that particular time, you're like, I really don't feel like experiencing burning to death right now. So you just stab yourself with a sword, and then it's over, and you wake up immediately because your brain can't contemplate the concept of death for whatever reason. Same thing with falling backwards in water is a really common one for getting out of lucid dreaming. That was done in Inception, the movie, and that's where they got the idea. Falling doesn't seem to wake you up, but falling into water or falling to completion, hitting the ground, does. And the other one that was really disorientating is if you choke. Choking for some reason can sometimes trigger the like you're choking in real life thing and wake you up as well.
Hey guys, I just have to make a mention to Joshua Smith. Thank you so much for the super chat. Everyone who's contributed today, this is how we're going to make this daily show feasible, and you guys are all making it happen. Joshua Smith says, congrats on monetization and good luck on your channeling on promoting true skepticism as much as possible. Thank you so much, Joshua. We got to get Lexicon hosting a show.
See, that's the trigger for Lexicon. You're talking too much. Please shut the hell up.
That's I'm really enjoying listening to it. I've just, tuned everything out, and I was being drawn into how you're, running the chat. It's great. Yeah.
This guy's a nerd.
Such a nerd, eh?
I mean, this is a nerd Discord. Let's be honest. We're all kind of nerdy.
My question is who's actually just the secret jock, and they're just hiding in the background?
Travis just is not for it. He's like, no, I'm not a nerd.
I'm not a nerd.
Dude, there's so many silent people in this Discord, I swear. There's a couple of people who are just like big brain jocks, and they're sitting there writing everything down. They're like, I'm going to make so much freaking money when I'm done with this book.
I'm 100%. I'm definitely a nerd. Definitely.
Yeah, no, I'm nerdy about pretty much everything I've ever done, whether it's mowing the lawn.
I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd in terms of my interests and in terms of my social status.
I'm a nerd.
I'm such a nerd. I'm
Joshua
such a nerd.
Smith didn't get the notification for the stream. I don't know if any level of shadow banning is going to continue, but make sure you guys have the bell rung, or else there's no chance you're ever going to see any live streams that we put on. And keep your eyes open. We're going to start going live almost every day. So yeah, keep an eye open for our live streams, and send us some suggestions about what you guys want to see while we're having our conversations. Once a week, I will do a little bit of gaming while Andy and I do our show. But yeah, do let me know.
Matt Pat found actually something that is superior to ringing the bell for finding content.
Oh, okay. Lay
The
it on.
person you're interested in following, you can train the algorithm to send you everything that person does by searching for their account with spelling mistakes multiple times.
Ah, interesting.
And then the algorithm will throw that account at you more often because it thinks you're looking for it.
Pangburn, Pangbum. But anyways, Joshua Smith, thank you. You said you weren't notified. Thanks for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Every little bit helps, you guys. We got this big tour coming up. It is very, very expensive doing 3 large-scale events, especially because we're bringing Sabine Hassenfelder all the way over from Germany. But yeah, it's going to be great.
I watched some of
You can ring
Sabine's.
my bell, Travis.
She's so intelligent.
Isn't Sabine just in like she is an incredible thinker, and I love how she communicates science. She's got an amazing sense of humor too, which keeps me going back to her channel. I can see why she has such a powerful following on YouTube.
It's entirely anecdotal, but I have never met a dumb Sabine.
That's true.
Yeah.
I've never met a dumb German.
I've never met a Sabine.
I've met about 4 Sabines in my life, and all of
How
them
have
were
you met
really smart
4
people.
Sabines? Where are you hanging out? Like,
Here's a fact
underground
about
German
names.
meetups?
No, South Calgary.
South Calgary.
Here's a fact about names. Women named Maggie are always adorable. Fact.
Okay, Ball Diablo just dropped Pang Burp. I've never heard that one before.
That's brilliant.
I just had a Pang
Oh,
Burp.
have you ever?
That's really good.
Have you ever heard this, Travis? You're Travis Pangburn, so you're TP.
Yeah, I've heard that my entire life until I became bigger than all the other kids, and then I could, then it seemed.
Yeah, then you stopped hearing it all of a sudden. Yeah.
There's a huge German population in Alberta. We call them Hutterites. They're a descendant from
yeah,
German
we have a lot
people.
of Hutterites over here in BC as well.
Quite a few Sabines there.
Yeah, Sabina. She says it's Sabina. I don't know why I said it like I was from North Africa.
Sabina.
Zabina. No, Sabina.
Gotta get Admiral Zaverfang in here.
Where is he?
Yeah, he says it.
He'll just laugh. That guy's he's a good audience.
He has a very interesting laugh. His laugh is kind of like Octavian's a little bit, where it's like so unique.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I could replicate it. But then Octavian's is just
I love it.
And then we all know what God sounds like.
Channel Warhouse, welcome. You guys, there's an interesting chat going on in the comment section. What's Dal up to? Dal, are you working or what? He's laying pipe today.
Yeah, exactly. He's being a pool boy. You know what that involves. We've all seen Skinamax.
I finished laying pipe. Now we're doing hardscape lighting.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, hardscape, huh?
I thought you were gonna say I finished laying some pipe. Now I'm gonna get back to work.
So you working hard or working without a boner?
Andy, did you have a conspiracy theory or something superstitious to share with us today?
My segment, Strange Phenomena. Yes,
Phenomena.
I did.
Okay, yeah. Let's get into that. Then I think we have a pretty good room for that here.
Okay, let's see. Sorry, I had my notes ready, but we were talking about other stuff, so I put them away. I also have other notes, more mundane news, but we could get to the.
Yeah, let's do the fun thing first.
Yeah, I mean other stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Leave all that other nonsense.
Yeah, leave the bullshit. Yeah.
I'm filling up my water, but you can start.
Okay, so this is a pretty popular case. I've heard about it a couple times. People who are interested in this probably hear about it. And this is the Green Children of Woolpit. So this is a historical legend from out of Woolpit, a village in Suffolk, England, that tells of the arrival of two green-skinned children. So the exact date of the appearance of these children is unknown, but is estimated to have been during the reign of Stephen or Henry II, which would put it around 1135 to 1154 or 1154 to 1189. And during the harvest in Suffolk, two reapers working near wolf pits, which were pits used to trap wolves, came across two young siblings, a brother and sister, with green skin. Not only did they have green skin, but they also spoke a strange language and wore strange clothes. Both these apparent orphans were taken to a local man named Sir Richard de Calne, who was also weirded out by these children, but was willing to welcome them into his home. So naturally, because they were seemingly lost children, Richard tries to feed them, but for days they would refuse to eat normal food until they were offered beans, something which they appeared to be familiar with and actually willing to eat. Unfortunately, this story is not just strange, it's also a little sad, as the boy eventually fell ill and died. The green boy's sister, on the other hand, had no serious health issues and even lost her green coloration eventually as she started to eat more and more normal food. So the girl would become more in touch with the culture around her, learning English, being baptized, even receiving an English name for herself, Agnes Barr, and even supposedly marrying a diplomat named Richard Barr. So now that she could speak in a way that people around her could actually understand, she is recorded as saying some words about her mysterious origin. Though accounts aren't in perfect agreement about what Agnes said. So Agnes is quoted as saying that her and her brother originated from a place where there was no sun, but, quote, had a degree of light, like what is after sunset. And Agnes said that one day in this strange land, her and her brother were tending to their father's cattle when they wandered off, became lost in a canyon, and following the sound of bells, made their way out into our world. So, not used to all the sunlight, the children were overwhelmed, became more lost, and were unable to find the way back to where they came from. Agnes called the place where her brother and herself came from St. Martin's Land, and says that a land of light was visible from a distance away, also saying that a large river separated the two. This story was recorded by two contemporary scholars. One of them was a Benedictine abbot named Ralph of Coggeshall, and an author named William of Newburgh. Ralph credited Sir Richard de Calne, the man alleged to have taken in the two children, as his source, and said that he often heard the story from him personally. And William of Newburgh said he believed the story to be true because, quote, so many and such competent witnesses. And so there are a number of ideas put forward in the more modern era about these two children, what they really were, where they came from, assuming the story is true in the first place. And the popular ideas on the more paranormal, extraordinary side of explanations is, of course, that the children were extraterrestrials or from a parallel dimension. The more mundane theory is that they were simply ordinary Earthling children who wandered away from their home not too far away and were suffering from chlorosis, an ailment that causes a green-tinged rash and becomes alleviated by a better diet. So this line of thinking continues, saying Agnes's description of where she came from was simply the result of her being young at the time and remembering the past wrong, and that the children were actually Flemish immigrants who came from Fornham, also called Fornham St. Martin, which is not too far from St. Edmunds, which had bells that would regularly ring. And the River Lark runs near Fornham St. Martin, and the area around St. Edmunds is home to underground passages from old flint mines. So all of these things seem to somewhat match her story that she gave, even down to what she called the place. But this seems like the most likely explanation. It is a bit strange that nobody in Woolpit would think to have come to the conclusion that they were just Flemish children from Fornham St. Martin, considering the Flemish would have already been in the area for a while by the time the children were taken in. So as for my hypothesis, I suspect it is correct that the children originally got lost from Fornham St. Martin, but that they did not speak Flemish, as it seems a little unlikely that that no one at the time in that area was able to deduce that that's what they were speaking. I suspect the language they spoke was too foreign and too strange to be from anywhere nearby, because these children were, in fact, extraterrestrials who settled in Fornham St. Martin.
Okay.
Considering they seem to have genuinely been children, they were most likely brought to Earth by adults, perhaps their parents or guardians, and were abandoned in Fornham St. Martin. I say they were abandoned because if they were just lost, I imagine their spacefaring supervisors would likely have been able to find them if they wanted. Maybe the reason for this was experimentation. Aliens who have interest in contacting people from Earth wanted to gauge how a small serving size of Earthlings would react to outsiders of unknown origin. One possibility is that the children were modified to look like Earthlings, only with green skin initially, because the aliens figured if the children retained their natural form, there was no way the Earthlings would welcome them readily. Maybe they even planned on sending more children in other locations with varying degrees of humanity in their appearance, testing to see just how different intelligent life needs to be. It needs to appear before it's seen as a threat in the eyes of us humans. And the reason this experiment isn't known to have continued could be for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the way this one played out. Yes, Agnes was able to successfully integrate into society, but her brother died from an illness while just a child. Perhaps his alien immune system wasn't as suited for Earth's environment. His death may have shed light to the aliens planning the experiments, or their supervisors of the potentially risky ethics of this operation, causing it to shut down at least temporarily, and maybe even result in the extraterrestrial immigrants to choose to leave Earth. Or continue living here, but in the guise of ordinary humans, hiding their true appearance for their own safety. So there you have it. Extraterrestrials may be walking among us, and we don't even know it. Or at the very least, they may be hiding out in Fornham, St. Martin, and the surrounding areas.
All right, Andy, thank you so much for your presentation. We're going to go around the room in a bit here to get everyone else's take. I posted a PubMed.gov article for anyone who's following along in the YouTube chat, titled "The Color of Skin, Green Diseases of the Skin, Nails, and Mucosa." Now, these names, I always try to remember to read the names of the authors of these, but Sudip Kumar Ghosh and Debabrata Bandyopadhyay are the authors of this paper. The abstract: greenish staining of human skin may result from a gamut of causes, such as chlorosis, like Andy brought up as a potential explanation. Exogenous copper. So I wonder if that means like that copper being in their water or something like that. I'd like to look that up. Resolving ecchymosis, drugs, green textile dyes, green tattoos, apocrine and ecrine chromidosis, I'm going to continue sounding these out. Hyperbilirubinemia, chloromas, use of green dyes during tube feeding in patients with multi-organ failure. So there's a bunch of.
You forgot extraterrestrialism.
Oh yeah, that one's coming. Don't worry. Andy's waiting. I know. Welcome, May Starwalk, to the stream. Pseudo. This is my lighting, by the way, for Andy's creepy paranormal stories now. Pseudomonas infections and Wells syndrome at second stage. So there's a lot of potential diseases, health-related things that these children could have been, suffering from, and then, once they started eating a different diet. The language thing is interesting, and then let's just say that these claims are true just for fun. If these kids were speaking this language that no one was really able to identify, I wonder, because I can't remember if we know this, but in the early stages of their life, I wonder if they kind of helped raise each other in the wild, and they were eating something, their diet was basically giving them a green tinge, and their language was basically built upon some basic foundations that they had from other people that may have raised them for a little bit, but then they had to live on their own, and they kind of created a language around that. I don't know. If I was to believe these claims, it perhaps is something like that.
Well, the main theory seems to be, and this even supports what the girl said, what Agnes said, was that they were just kids who got lost out of Fornham, St. Martin, which is a real place, and it's not very far from where they ended up. But I do still think it's weird that if they were just part of the Flemish-speaking population of Fornham, St. Martin, that, nobody could tell what they were saying in a place which is not that far away from where they came from.
Right.
Why do you expect English people to know any languages other than English?
Because by then, Flemish people have been there. By the time these kids were found, Flemish people were not like this novel thing that nobody knew about. Like
it's English, but a bunch of other languages.
I think you underestimate just how ignorant English people were. When is this? The 1800s?
We think
this was like Dark Ages.
the exact date is unknown, but it would have been the 1100s.
1100s. Come on, man. Why do you think they're going to be so well versed in geography?
Well, I've said my.
These people don't even know how to read or swim.
Okay, well, they were
That's
found.
actually hold up one second. I need to counter that. That's not true.
What's
literacy was very common in the 11th and 12th century as we understand it today. Literacy back then historically, and the people talking about that era, are referring to literacy of the region, which means you speak more than one language, you read and write more than one language, and that was exceptionally rare. The phrase, "can I be frank with you?" comes from people literally asking, "can I speak French? Do you understand it?" It's very, very, people could read and write. That's not a thing.
We'll have to agree to disagree.
Dale, the girl did
why don't
not
we just do
explicitly.
Let's try to get the right answer here. What era are we looking at?
1100s.
Yeah, the exact date remains unknown, but it would have been 11 something.
Literacy. Yeah, you guys look too and see what you find.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Bale, she did not.
Either way, that we're talking about a time when ignorance was rife within the world, particularly in Europe at that time. There is literally a statue in an English. I can't remember where it is actually, but there's a coastal town in England where there is a statue of a monkey because there was a French ship which had monkeys on board and it sank off the coast, and one of the monkeys washed ashore, and people at the town actually thought this monkey was a Frenchman because they've never seen a monkey and they've never seen a Frenchman before. So they erected a statue in honor of this monkey.
Well, I mean, have you ever seen a French person? I mean, they do kind of look like monkeys.
Oh man, that's funny. And they erect.
I think I've heard about that.
And France is like the closest country to England. So, well, the closest country that's not in Britain to England. So the fact they had never seen a Frenchman before just goes to show you how like they don't get around.
French people are like always made fun of. So if I heard that story turned out to be like a historical myth, I would not be surprised.
It's not a myth. There's an actual statue of a monkey. You can go and visit it yourself.
Historical misconception. Like people think that's how it happened. But it also wouldn't.
That is really funny, though.
Yeah, Bale, Agnes, the girl, the boy unfortunately seemed to have died before he was able to speak English, but Agnes was able to describe them as coming from a place that she called St. Martin's Land, which people tend to theorize she was referring to a place called Fornham St. Martin, which is not too far from where she was found. And it goes into the theory that they were speaking Flemish, because they were Flemish immigrants in Fornham St. Martin. But I do think it's a little strange no one could tell that, considering they would have been an established part of the surrounding area at that point.
Hartpole Council Leader denies monkey statue explanatory sign.
So I think it's possible these kids truly were aliens or something strange.
Okay, yeah, your story is already not lining up. The statue represents a monkey that was said to have been mistaken for a French spy and hanged in the 1800s after being taken to trial.
Yeah, I forgot the monkey was alive. Yeah, they hanged it actually, didn't they? Yeah.
So being confused for a French spy doesn't necessarily mean that.
Lexicon,
that's even worse.
Lexicon, hang on. This is insane. Can you read the start of that again? This story is wild.
Hartpole Council Leader has denied claims that his own authority that the monkey statue was to be given a sign explaining its background. The statue represents a monkey that was said to have been mistaken for a French spy and hanged in the early 1800s. A council spokesman had said that they would install an explanatory sign on the statue at Hartwell Magina Gates for the benefit of visitors. But the council leader Shane Moore said no action needs to or will be taken. As it has long been claimed, a monkey was washed ashore, having been the sole survivor of a French ship wrecked off the northeast coast. According to the story, people in the town convicted the animal of being a spy for the French because they had never seen a Frenchman or a monkey. Residents became known as monkey hangers, with the Hartpool United football team even being called its mascot Hangus the Monkey. The statue thought to have been put in place since the 1990s.
Wait, was it an actual monkey or was it like a chimp?
They're fucking ignorant. That's even worse, man. They grabbed the monkey.
This is absolutely a mythos story. Like, there's
it.
It's not a mythos, man. I found
It's
out
absolutely
about
a mythos.
it.
And hung it?
Dude, I
beyond
saw
ridiculous.
it on the news.
So
the
they put
news
the monkey
isn't
on
going to be
trial.
peddling this myth if it's not true.
Dude, no, what are you talking about? News gets shit wrong constantly.
No, not a myth. It's a mythos. This is a story that's been changed over time to be more and more extreme to the point it becomes not true.
Okay,
I,
it sounds a little bit-
I do not deny that a monkey washed
is
ashore
not-
and was hanged, but there's no way in hell the people
that-
who did this thought he was a Frenchman.
That is
Like, that's
insane.
ridiculous.
Wait, why would they hang
Maybe
monkey
they
if they
did.
didn't
I've
think it was a
never-
Frenchman?
Wait a sec. What year did this supposedly take place?
Your personal
Early
interview-
1800s, between 1810 and 1820 is the assumption.
Can you guys think about
I
that?
never
for a
thought
sec?
I'd
Between
hear that sentence.
1810 and 1820, we had
ignorant.
people that saw was it a chimp?
Yeah,
Like,
you
was
say
it an
monkey.
ape or was it a monkey? It had to have been an ape. I mean,
I mean, monkeys do look like people, just little people with tails.
but like.
Oh, sorry. Once again, talking while muted. I'm sorry. It's definitely a chimp.
Okay, it
The
was a
statue
chimp.
looks very, very chimp-like.
Okay, so the chimp washes ashore, and people see it. And are you saying it was alive?
How did they arrest
Yes,
it?
they put it through the court, like the same way you judge a pig in the court system in ancient Rome. They put the monkey through the court, found it to be a French spy, and hung it.
That's
according to the story.
They held
Okay, but aren't chimpanzees like as strong as like 5 men?
Bro, this chimp's
Allegedly,
back
like
in
I said. Okay,
representation.
first off, you're gonna get a chimpanzee to hang out in a courtroom while it's judged. I don't fucking see that. Second,
how did they restrain this chimp? Like, how did
that's
it
what
not
I'm
just
saying.
live?
It's a chimpanzee. There's no
Yeah.
way you're doing that. This story
Yeah,
is
no.
ridiculous on so many levels. This is
It
absolutely.
probably would have been in
How did
handcuffs.
you even? Yeah, how did you even
This is-
capture it and hang it? It's
And
a, it's a
did they
chimp.
think-
Like
and-
they're
and,
as
like-
strong as like 10 men,
Hang
and they
on.
will fuck you up.
Hang on, and during the court proceedings, and by the way, how has there never been a film made about this? But during the court proceedings, are you telling me a judge was trying to reason, or
You're
a
not
jury was
cooperating,
looking?
son.
They were trying to talk with a chimp.
That's not utterly ridiculous. I mean, we did this with
Yeah, they're
pigs
like,
and
they're like,
horses and animals.
this whole time,
back in the
for
Catholic,
this entire
so
time,
it's
we
not
have been,
ridiculous.
He's just
we have
being
been
difficult,
presenting you
Travis.
with a
He's not
line of
speaking
praise,
up, is what it
curious
is.
about your origins,
just needs
and
to
this
be-
whole time you've been sitting there acting as if we're not saying a thing. This is absolutely
Playing
preposterous.
stupid.
But
That's
this
why
is the
they
thing,
that's why they're trying to hang him
Look,
to
BG
make him
says
speak.
BG says it would have been exhausted from its time at sea, or else it would have.
Sure,
said
but
something.
like trials in that day and age took at least a couple days. They weren't like a 10-minute thing. The chimp would have recovered. Like no. Okay, I will.
But
I
no,
will
even a
this is
tired
it.
chimp,
that a
even
monkey
a
like this
tired-
happened. But there's no way in hell that this isn't a result of like a broken telephone.
Like,
the story
do you
got
know-
more and
do you
more
know how-
ridiculous as
even
time
a
went on.
even
Is
a
this
tired
like the term-
chimp that's like been in the water, it'll still be able to fuck you up. I wouldn't try to deal with a wet monkey. It would mess me up.
This is the
If you're nice to the monkey, they'll just put the handcuffs on.
But they hung him. They hung the monkey at the end of the
Would
day.
handcuffs even hold that chimp? Like, imagine like a regular sized chimp with the biceps that it would have, and all these like Englishmen surrounding it.
Yeah. Also, if you tried to hang it with a rope, wouldn't it be able to like tear that if it wanted to?
No,
tie
I think
it-
you
if you tie
guys
its
are.
arm.
I think the chimp strength is being mythologized here.
This
So why
is
didn't
the
they just kill him?
craziest-
Why hung him? Why hang him?
Dude, chimpanzees absolutely can like their
Native-
grip strength is enough to grab flesh and tear it.
He would.
They don't.
Deny
Yeah,
They're
sure,
insane.
but
Look.
So
look,
why
But
is
you
Justice
could-
Nivek,
hanging? That's
Nivek,
like
that's a good
man.
question. Why would they hang it? Well, it wouldn't give up the information.
Exactly.
Yeah, it would just
Also,
not
the
open
other
its
idea.
mouth.
Chimpanzees.
so
The idea that a chimpanzee survived washing ashore in London, I find extremely suspect.
That's
their
very
body
weird,
temperature is higher, and they're not very good swimmers. When they get wet, they die very quickly due to hypothermia. I'd be really surprised one falling into the sea around London surviving on the shore like that.
Now, do we actually know, like, all seriousness, do we actually know, is this a literal historical event like that we can find at history.com or somewhere?
It's a true story.
This has got to be one of the most wild human history stories I've ever heard. I don't know why this one hits me so hard, but like, just imagine that.
You're having a Joe Rogan moment.
Imagine that court proceeding.
Sir, you are behaving.
There's no historical documentation of this. There's no historical documentation of this happening in the era that it supposedly happened. Right. The first recording of the mentioned hanging was in 1855, 30 years after the incident.
Oh, okay.
Wait, was this
That's because they didn't know anything was weird about it.
Can I say something?
No, they obviously thought it was weird. That's why they reacted the way they did in the story.
You guys know the term, like, hairy Frenchman? Like, people say that French people are hairy for some reason. Do you think it came from this?
That's really why the British hate the French, is because they thought this crazy monkey that came over was a Frenchman, and then just ever since then, it's just been this big feud.
This is incredible.
And by the way, for the record, it's not a stereotype. French people don't shave, they don't shower, they're disgusting people.
Yes, they do.
Hey, Mace, is this true or not? This story.
The closest,
yes, it's 100% true. The monkey was actually
mad that we. I really find it suspect, but the best assumption for assuming it's true is 1803 to 1815, during the time period of the Napoleonic Wars, where a bunch of ships were sunk off the coast of this particular location.
Right.
Most of them being merchant vessels taking goods
to and from. Like, it sounds like a joke that.
Yeah, that's what I was
thinking. There wouldn't be a
statue
erected if it wasn't true.
Harpool is not also this is the other thing. This is the other thing that makes me think it's a mythos and not something real. Despite the fact that Hartlepool is the place that got famous for this, multiple places claimed that this tale happened at the same time. A similar tale in 1772 and another one in 1828.
Well, wait a minute. Maybe it happened more than once.
People fear the unknown, and they look at things that they
really
don't.
Impossible. Maybe chimps kept washing up, and they kept being like, "You're a French spy."
No, there's other places.
Listen. People fear the unknown of what they don't of what and who they don't understand, and I could understandably think that they would look at something that's vague to them in a derogatory way, in assuming that this is a French.
So that part, I believe that 100% that they might end up.
I would bet that this is probably true.
Hang on.
This definitely happened.
Like, you've seen a chimp hanging out, right? Like how a chimp hangs out and what it does. It's gonna scratch itself. It's gonna, like, just imagine, like, okay, pull up any image of a chimp. And yeah, Nivik, what you're bringing up is it's true that
human
people
nature.
People can look at things like that.
Well, this kind of reminds me of another thing. I think I remember, this could be bullshit, but I remember hearing about, like, explorers in Africa when they first discovered gorillas. At first, they thought that they were just a tribe of people who were actually just being rude because they wouldn't talk to them.
Well, see, I don't like, that's much more believable. Then, like, if you pick up, seriously, I just go and look at a picture of a chimp, right? And that is sitting on trial, and you're trying to reason with it. Like,
he's playing stupid, Trav.
Like in 18.
Well, I don't imagine, Tim West, that chimps typically swim or at least enjoy water, but this doesn't rely on it swimming, though, because it washed up. So it got swept away.
I will somewhat
under the threat of hanging. He'll speak then,
though, because it was not very long before the supposed chimp story where the people in the same region under Roman occupation just a couple hundred years back were putting pigs on trials for having demons in them. So,
Yeah.
like, that's not a huge leap.
That's
Okay,
shit, Trey.
I know
but
if
pigs
I were on
have
the jury,
demons in
if I were on the
we
jury
know
and,
that
and I
that's
was
just
judging
we
a
know that's
chimp,
a fact. It's in the Bible.
Sure.
Some
I
pigs.
I would vote guilty just for shits and giggles, saying it was a French spy.
That's the thing, too. I totally could see them killing a chimp, thinking it's a French spy, all that goodness. But the idea that they had it on court and hung it and all this other stuff, I think that's
absurd.
just a case of broken telephone over a couple hundred years.
Yeah, but I mean,
Although-
you know,
That's
what's
just
the
flavoring
trial?
because it became part of the town's identity.
That doesn't make it any less hilarious, because think of like the people playing telephone. At some point, someone added like, yeah, they took him to court.
We thought it was French.
Well, I mean, the other thing too, though, is like
some lies
this
are
happened
hidden
during the
though,
Napoleonic
but it
Wars,
could
right?
go the other way around. Lies
You know
can
what?
be hidden.
However much the British government tortured this supposed Frenchman, he didn't break.
Lexicon, your logic can go both ways. Lies can be hidden
He
over
didn't
time.
give up the farm.
Yeah. And we offered it. We tried to offer it to Frog to see if it would eat it, and it used it as a pleasure device. He must be French.
Lexicon, your logic can go the other way. Some truths can be hidden over time as well, as lies being added.
But
That
I
literally
totally
has
agree
nothing
with
to do with anything I
Selkie.
said, Nick.
By the
I'm
way,
saying that
Selkie
over
Seal-
time,
Hang on,
things that were true could be hidden and be, you know, covered up and
That was included in what I said. Thank you for taking the
No,
time
you
to
said
try to
you said
delineate on it.
Hang on.
telephone and
What
we're-
about this story? It requires being hidden.
Hang
are
on,
added
hang on.
You said a broken case of telephone where the truth would shift in things coming
Yes,
that
shift.
aren't
So
true.
either
And I was saying
for
that
or
this-
against.
I
I
was
don't need you to
putting
talk
a
about how it
reverse.
could be
I
also
was putting
for.
on a reverse view. I was putting on a reverse view, and where lies things that could be
No,
true.
you've added a reverse view. I was talking about in both directions. You're like, you're only talking about one direction. I'm going to add the other one. That's not the case, Nivik.
All right, guys. I want to get Selkie Seal's comment in because it's a good one. He says the English hated the French. The Scottish have the Auld Alliance still exists between Scotland and France. Deliberate political propaganda. I actually agree. Like it sounds like political propaganda and maybe like political humor of the time that was passed along kind of like what Lexicon was saying through telephone.
Yeah, but some of it could be true.
Again, that story, like they built, obviously, like Mace was saying, they built an actual statue for it, right? So that story means something culturally.
Travis, we have to investigate this.
Yeah, but that statue wasn't built until the 1990s, 110 years after the event.
And what is written on the statue?
I couldn't read it. It was
we have this statue to remember that this brave Frenchman who was hung by at that point a very xenophobic government.
It
We
says "Make a wish
apologize.
for the monkey." That's the plaque says. They wanted to add an additional plaque that explained why the statue was there.
That's funny.
They wanted an additional plaque to explain why the monkey was there, and that's what the argument was over.
Oh, okay.
Where this article I found is bringing it up.
Tim West says the Bible story is more believable.
Here's the thing. I think there could be something about this that maybe. Okay, so a chimp. You're probably not going to mistake a chimp for a person, right? Like it looks a little bit like a person, but you're probably not going to. So what if it wasn't a chimp? What if it wasn't a chimp? What if it was Bigfoot?
Actually, I'm gonna take it one step further. What if it actually was a Frenchman?
What if it was a French? What if it was a? And that's how it didn't hurt anyone because it was actually just an ordinary person, but it had
so
it had
incredibly ugly.
dwarfism.
They thought he was a monkey.
Yeah, he had dwarfism. He had that disease where you grow a lot of hair. His clothes got washed off when he almost drowned. Like his face was messed up, and then later they overcorrected and they were like, "Yeah, I guess he was a chimp." But no, maybe he was just a really ugly.
He was just a guy.
Mace, can you post a link? And Lexicon, post your link.
Yeah,
Mace's link is.
We need to get to the bottom of this.
It's just on the BBC, UK, England.
Yeah, just Google it, Nivik.
With Piers Morgan.
That's an incredible story. How did we get on that story again? Oh, Mace brought that in.
Mace was trying to say that the people were so illiterate in the day that they thought a chimpanzee, and we were talking specifically about the age of 1100 to 1200,
Right.
which is totally not correct for the chimp story at all. But
It was a new
That's neither
segment
here nor
from Monkey News.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when you first brought this up, Mace. Is you're just inserting the monkey news that you keep demanding?
No, I like.
And
that.
by the
That
way,
is
Mace,
really
I
funny.
don't trust that when you say monkey news, you literally mean monkey news. But I'm just gonna ignore what I think you might.
Don't even go there. Don't. Even
I'm not gonna
go
lie,
there.
Mace. Even if I disagree with you,
don't treat
you
me that way. No.
Even if I disagree with you, you definitely make my day far better. That was a wonderful story. I'm a better person for knowing it. That's
Well,
amazing.
it's kind of sad though. I feel
It is
bad for the
sad.
chimp.
No, honestly, that is it's so absurd. Like, I'm a fan of absurdist dark humor, but the reality of it, like the actual situation, that's fucking barbaric.
Yeah,
and
if that
disgusting.
happened. Yeah, if that happened, that's fucked up. One, because they thought it was a human, and they hung it because. And two, because it's a poor chimp. It doesn't know what's going on. It's probably scared because it just got washed up. It hates water.
Yeah.
People are yelling at it. Honestly,
I mean,
something I would want to know is
be a French pie.
who lost their chimpanzee? Who is getting delivered a chimpanzee in?
Yeah.
They're just chimp trading.
Yeah, dude, classic.
Is this like the original NFT? What's going on? Why do you have chimps in London in the early 1800s? What are you doing?
It's how it used to work. It's true. Back then, you just really
Imagine
wanted.
if we could train chimps to like make railroads. How much more efficient that would
People
be?
were practicing the art of domestication in the 1800s.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, exactly. Could you imagine using chimps to build a railroad or like anything? They're way stronger than us, but like I think it's between 4 and 8 times. Like they're
Okay, but if we do that, eventually they're gonna also get eventually repeated exposure and intelligence. Like they're gonna get really smart, and then they're gonna rise up because they realize they're.
I don't know about that. I think that's
and then it's gonna be Planet of the Apes, and we're all gonna die.
they need some very specific mutations for that to occur. But
I think British Bob, who came up with that idea, did not foresee the fact that he was going to really Planet of the Apes this shit real quick if he starts domesticating a bunch of creatures to do our work around the world.
But like whatever a human can do with a sledgehammer, a chimp can do way better.
With his fists. A chimp can.
That's not true. The proportions of a chimp are not actually really well built for throwing or handling items or smashing things with a hammer.
But they have so much raw power.
Yeah, but
Yeah, sure, the technique will be wrong, but that just means we have to edit the tool to make it more chimp friendly.
Yeah, we just need to edit the chimp. We need to just start genetically engineering chimps. I'm sure nothing will go wrong.
Deep Blue has protein folding now, so let's do it.
I heard this woman got her face ripped off by a chimp.
I want some chimp
Yeah,
DNA,
yeah.
dude. That would be legit.
Yeah, I'm sure many people have had their face ripped. I mean, there is one famous case of a woman who survived, but
Yeah.
her face was ripped off.
Yeah, that's terrible.
I'm pretty sure I have like 98% chimp DNA already.
Yeah.
You have raccoon DNA somewhere.
That's also something I've been told. I'm not 100% sure on this, but I've been told that we only share 98% of our DNA with chimps in the coding section of our genome. The non-coding section of our genome is radically different to chimps.
It's
and
like
that's
this.
all your like immune systems and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
it's really crazy. They're our closest living relative. It's crazy how close they're related to them.
It's like this. We have a lot of similar coding, 98% coding similar to chimps. However, coding is completely in different locations than it is of our chimp brethren, right? And even some other offsides of chimps as well, like bonobos and think of the red ass guys. Anyway.
Baboons.
Baboons, thank you. Baboons and even gorillas in some mind. We do have all this genetic code of the great apes, but as compared to like specifically to humans and chimpanzees, like our coding is in a completely different area than a lot of their other coding. That's why there's these catastrophic differences. It's just actually looking, like you said, at the actual algorithms of the coding. You can actually see all the similarities, 98% like.
Speaking of great apes and gorillas, have you guys heard that Coco the gorilla could not actually speak in sign language? That was like some weird misunderstanding that was hyped
Yeah,
up.
so okay, yeah, that's the thing I wanted to get out. I didn't want to get the numbers wrong. I had to look it up on Google. Only 1% of our DNA is made up specifically for coded to make protein coding genes. So we share 98% similarity to chimps with 1% of our DNA. That's not impressive to me. There's a huge portion of our genes that are responsible for how the coding genes are expressed and how they're used, and we do not share 98% of that DNA with chimps. It's like 60 or 70%.
We're also really closely related to banana plants.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, you could probably find it if you just look up Coco couldn't talk.
She didn't use actual sign language. She just used like she would just point at herself, and she would like point at things. Like, I mean, I've seen some videos of her, and where she had like Coco. She had the one sign that meant Coco, I think. She didn't actually know like sign language. She didn't know actual sign language. It was just like a language that her instructor made up. I mean, she didn't speak sign language, but she definitely spoke a few words. Like there was like she knew like 400 words or 500 words or something like that.
To be fair, like if
video
you're a
I
chimpanzee, though, do you continue to learn words after you've learned give and banana?
Maybe not.
Like once you learn give banana, why would you ever ask for just give banana? How are you feeling today? Give banana. Like.
Well, I think
if you don't give them the banana and you make them kind of work for it, like they'll start being like, "I'm sad, give banana." Like they'll start guilt tripping you.
Yeah, but it's like it could just take the banana if it really wanted
Maybe they were
to.
communicating is all. Maybe what Coco was what she was doing in getting a reaction. So the conclusion that Coco might have been having with the person that she's communicating wasn't. They're just miscommunicating.
Yeah, they usually have methods to counterplay that kind of stuff.
Well, the person who I watched to make a video about it could definitely explain it better than me. But it also has been a while since I watched that video. But yeah,
so what the person that Coco was saying, Coco wasn't actually saying. And what Coco thought.
I mean, like one of the things that they mentioned was that the researchers would be like really generous when they would interpret whether or not she actually said something. Like she could make a sign that kind of looked like a sign for something that that's not really a coherent statement, and they would say, "Oh, this is what she must mean when she says that." Like, so they would kind of reach a little bit and give her way too much credit a little bit. But like I said,
we communicate with animals. Is that the argument?
What?
Are we having an argument on whether or not we can communicate with animals?
No. We could obviously communicate some, but the person who made this video was just saying, and I'm looking at the title right now. It's actually kind of funny. It's called "Why Coco," and then in parentheses, probably couldn't talk, and then in parentheses, sorry, because it's kind of depressing. Because it's one of those fun facts a lot of people like.
Because like a dog that's been beaten very badly, if you come by and you pick up a rock, it'll flinch and it'll run. A lot of dogs, some dogs that have been abused, they'll run away, and it's communicated that you're going to harm the dog potentially.
Well, I mean, yes, on a fundamental level, we're all communicating at all times, even when we're sleeping.
Yeah, you can communicate. You can definitely communicate with animals on some level. It's just that this person, their YouTube title, username is Soup Emporium. But yeah, they did a long video about this. Let me see if I could.
Coco wouldn't have a concept of language, right? So she wouldn't necessarily know that she's communicating something with signs, but she would definitely understand that if she does this thing with her hands, she will get a banana. And also, like, I've seen some videos, it seems like she could roughly portray some concepts, but it was like, yeah, I think I've heard that before, that it's not necessarily true that she understood everything she was saying or was even always trying to say the things she was interpreted as saying.
You know,
What about
another
you and the
thing that
raccoons and your
I've
raccoon friend?
heard is that on the other side of the spectrum, I guess, where she could communicate properly, I heard that she actually sexually harassed the female scientists to where whenever they would come in to her area, they would have to show her their nipples, and
I
like
think I
that was
heard
just
something about that.
yeah, that was something that she always like. That was like a weird trait that she had.
It's important, but if you look at something like Jane Goodall's work, you would know that there's clear communication because she would have to communicate to even be in a situation like that.
Well, yes,
and some people even do that with silverbacks, which is extremely
dogs
dangerous.
communicate with people. Like communication can be a very broad thing. It's not too
an action and reaction.
What I think is far more interesting than the communication between chimps and humans is the communication between different animals and this thing called ZIPS law or ZIPFS law. And basically, there's a distribution that follows a mathematical curve in the number of times a word is used compared to other words, and the top four are the, of, and to. And how often they're used in language. This same distribution pattern has been found in dolphins. We have no idea what they're saying.
It's
but
about
they
levels
found
of
a Zipf's
understanding.
law happening among dolphin communication.
There's about levels of understanding, though. Because I mean, like if you go to an animal and go you yell at it, you're gonna communicate, but it's not gonna understand.
No, what we're saying, Nivik, is that there are some animals that we know for sure have a language. Certain phrases mean certain things because the way they communicate, it's distributed in much the same way our phrases and words are distributed. And I believe there's actually also a freshwater fish that can communicate through electricity in its like little whiskers. They like have little whiskers, and they are supposed to also have a language that's pretty complex, actually.
Oh, bees too, by the way. Bees too. They'll find a location and they'll go to where the other bees are, and they say that they sign language through body movement to the other bees. I don't know if that's true, but I mean, they communicate where the other bees can go to get the food, and they communicate through attacking you as well, and where they
But that's more along
and the
the
queen
lines
communicates to them
of
too.
that's more along the lines
Sort
of
of.
what do you call it? Pheromones.
But that's
Like smells triggering responses.
Well, the difference is that you have something called bees, which literally won't attack to the point of their own death unless the queen orders it. They have self-defensive tactics, but by order they will just die. Okay, so they need a pheromone in order to attack. You also see this in ants as well, but in wasps, they might have an order to defend, but they will act independently and take out their aggression territorially on creatures without any from the queen or any pheromone needed. There is some independent thinking there in that direction.
Yeah, wasps are assholes.
Actually, bees don't always die when they sting. They only die if they sting humans because our skin is too thick and their stingers are designed for killing other insects.
Sort of. So bees can do a lot of weird shit. So they could rip an attacker's head off. They can get a few of their brethren together and vibrate to where they overheat everybody and they just die. Or they can do multiple stab wounds, but the barbs on the stab, if they hit something a little bit larger, then it catches and then it injects, so that it can finally hinder. It's really actually not meant to kill. It's actually meant to deter or hinder away from the nest altogether, which is kind of interesting. So there's a lot of
What
stuff.
I mean is,
I need
though, the
entomology for it.
stingers will go through an ant just fine, and the bee won't
Because of the
die.
barb.
It's just not designed for use against large mammals.
It is. It is. So it's for multiple attacks. So let's say a bear comes along, it's for multiple attacks, and when the barb sticks, then slowly the toxin comes out and can start infesting a wound. So in that way, as it kind of builds up, then that larger creatures might start to build up, and they'll actually get away from the nest, which gives the queen enough time to either protect themselves, get the creature away, or get everything out of the nest, which usually takes a few hours for them to get out of there.
And their barbs also don't always get stuck every time.
I see what
some don't have as
I see what
large
Mace is
barbs.
talking about. They sting you, and because of the elasticity of the skin, it tightens up on the barb and it pulls.
Yeah,
the
well, if they
guts
sting
out.
anything, the barb catches. But an insect, that barb will just rip through the exoskeleton of an insect, so they won't really catch that much. But like a spider, for
Yeah,
instance, or something like that, it'll fuck it
that
up.
should heavily imply then that they've evolved to fight other insects, not to fight us.
They're sacrificial, so like they will fight anything
No,
large.
no,
or
I don't
small.
think they know that they're gonna die when they sting us. Because why would they?
yeah,
When they
I
sting
don't even know
anything
what they're
else
doing.
in their life, they don't die.
It's not a consciousness knowing that they like they're gonna take in their own mortality. It's not like that.
Yeah,
Insects don't really think
I don't
like
think a bee knows that it's not going to die when it stings a bug either.
Yeah, you're talking
Yeah,
basic.
a bee's gonna know because a bee's probably stung loads of bugs before in the past and never had any problems.
I don't think they think that far ahead.
It's not memory. You're giving the bee a lot of credit. It's not memory, right? It's basic motor control pheromone system. If you understand entomology of it, right? This is why we don't truly understand if bugs are conscious because of the way that they're controlled.
I
we
like
can
how
control
you
bugs to pretty much do anything, which is almost
bravery.
insane because of how easily it is to control them. It's not really a conscious effort. Right? We can go down to
I like
the
to
large
think
level.
I like to think of a beehive as
Either
an
way,
organism.
whether
They
they're
get
conscious or
together
not,
and
you're not
save the bee.
gonna convince me that the bee sting is designed for use against humans when it causes the bee's abdomen to fall off
No,
and
I'm
they
saying you're
sting us.
thinking about it. I'm saying you're thinking about it like almost incorrectly. Dalsu is right. You have to think about a bee's nest as an organism on its own, right? With multiple minds, right? But one
Yeah, and that
hive mind.
organism has evolved
Right.
for effectively
Yeah, it's kind of like Reddit.
fighting other insects, but it hasn't
The
evolved for
Reddit hive
effectively
mind.
fighting humans.
No, because it's evolved
Yes, it has.
alongside
Yes,
all
it
of us
has.
all at the same time.
No,
So
it
had
can fight.
selected.
It
If
can
you were
fight
wearing
humans, but
nothing,
that's a
if you were wearing
misuse
nothing
of the
but your
tools that
bee
it
suit,
has.
Claire, I'm sorry,
No,
if you were wearing nothing but your
because
bee suit and you went up to a bee nest and you try to get the honey, I have a feeling you're not going to last very long. So
And
yes,
what would happen to the
very
bees
good
after
at
they stung you? What would happen to the bees after they stung that human being who was not protected?
the bee dies, but you have to think of it as a colony, as an organism, right? So
Yeah,
they're willing to sacrifice X amount of bees.
Yeah,
but they're also
so
willing
if
not to sacrifice X amount
if
of
an
bees before they
organism
move.
evolves a weapon which it can use against some animals to no consequence, but if it uses it against a human, it gets wounded as a result of using it, then it is misusing that weapon when it attacks humans.
Mammals have
Not
evolved
at all.
alongside bees since the very beginning of bees. Like mammals and bees have co-evolved alongside each other, just like every other animal on the planet. So I don't know what the confusion is here. Like bees have survived while bears have been raiding their nests for the past million years. I don't know why we're saying that they're somehow separate from coevolution, because obviously, like, if I go and try to get honey out of a bee's nest, they're gonna sting me, and I'm not gonna kill all the bees to get the honey. So obviously, there's been some sort of evolved coevolution. in that.
Yeah, and they obviously haven't found a way to get around our beekeeper suit that we've invented in the past 100 years. Like, I get it, unless you're the bald-faced hornet and that fucker will drill right through you. But point is that it's giving too much credit for what an animal is efficient on, which is they're extremely efficient on everything, and unfortunately, it's best of luck to you because it's just kill or be killed out here. And guess what? We're not very efficient on a lot of shit either. I mean,
honeybees also don't die every single time they sting. I've seen quite a few honeybees sting Cody from Cody's lab before, and he'll carefully brush the bee off, and its stinger won't get ripped out of the bee.
So the stinger was useless in protecting them from the human.
No, like he still gets the venom and still gets stung. It's just those barbs aren't always a death sentence.
Hey, 99.9% of all species went extinct. The bee's still here, so that says something in itself.
Well, actually, no. The population of bees has been decreasing because of pesticides that human beings have been using.
That's actually not true.
That's actually true.
That's not true among honeybees. That's only true among native bees.
Okay,
honeybees too.
Make our own hives.
It's a huge factor in honeybees. It's a huge factor in honeybees because we had pesticides that lasted for decades, and so we're actually still trying to come back from those numbers because of the pesticide use in the 60s to the 80s, where basically the stuff that we had to deem it completely illegal. And we couldn't even use it on American soil anymore, and it was having detrimental effects. So we're still trying to get back to those numbers. We have better methods now, of course, with pesticides, but it's not much better. It really, really isn't.
The bee evolved to fly. That's a good advantage when it comes to any situation. And most, like a lot of other animals, whatever.
I'm gonna post the population chart, and you guys can tell me if you think it's going up or down. Make your own decision.
To tell you guys, why do you think human beings never evolved with eyes at the back of our heads, considering the amount of times human beings have been snuck up on from behind and killed?
Well, it took a really long time for human beings to become what we look like right now. So if we were going to evolve that, it would take even longer. Like, it doesn't...
It's more
I think it's much more...
be in groups of human beings.
Yeah, it was much more advantageous for us to sneak up on other things than to be aware of the things sneaking up on us. We reproduce fast enough that we could lose a few to tigers every now and then.
So the high point of bee colony collapse disorder was the end of 2005, close to 2006. And if you take a look at that chart, you can very clearly see that it is practically a flat line going all the way back to 1995, and it's been slowly going up ever since. Colony collapse disorder is not really affecting managed beehives. It is mostly affecting native bee populations, which are also being heavily pressured by managed beehives.
I see.
Started and highly propagandized for like.
I see what you mean now when you said managed beehives. Yeah. So yeah, I would agree. Well, I would agree with the native stuff that the native population is reducing, but the managed one, I guess they would be protecting the bees in the managed environment. So yeah, it would be different for that population. That would make sense.
I actually think that we don't have good data on bee tracking systems. A lot of it is self-reporting beekeepers at this point because we just have a really hard time tracking bee data. What we do know is that because of human interaction, and it's not just pesticides, it's also herbicides and many other things, we know that there's sections and sectors where bee population has been pretty predominant, but obviously they dwindled down drastically. And because of the way that we've operated specifically with not only chemicals and detriment effect there, but just as we operated in expanding cities into rural areas, we saw massive bee declination. And that's what we were taught. I did another lifetime, I guess, as I ran a division for pest control, and we actually had to work with natural products. We worked with a company in natural products to actually help out a lot of ag farms, things like that actually had bee hives on them, and we had to you're talking like basic orange oil, cinnamons, peppermints, and then chrysanthemum plant in some ways that we had to use because the past pesticides that in the industry that we saw it's not just bees. You're talking decimation.
Nicotinamide or something. It's got some weird name to it.
Well,
I think it's not just bees though. I actually think it's just a
a lot.
generalized death of insects. Period.
Yes. Yes, it's well, not only that, it's a destabilization. So we found out that like, when I was coming into this in that industry, I'm not part of that anymore, but when I was coming into that industry, I mean, everything was being transitioned over, but we had invading species because we killed the current species. Like we disrupted the whole eco balance, right? And so we had this invasion of species that we had to go fight with more chemicals because the current species we end up killing that kept that invasive species out. And then you also had this other side where people were basically salting the earth, and killing everything in the soil. And it's like, well, you killed everything in the soil. There's nowhere these bugs can actually like hibernate for the winter. Now you're having the weirdest little cycles, like the weirdest, an uproot of fire ants or an uproot of, crazy amount of, bees over here, or like we had a lot of paper wasps, things like that. But then there's also ground wasps, and you see just like these massive cycles, and all pests have cycles. So like you'll have every 7 years you'll have like a pest cycle around your house, and it's natural. These things are tracked like by professional entomologists. They're tracked and saying you're gonna have a huge pest cycle of fucking box elder beetles, stink bugs, and shit in like 3 years, because they actually watch these cycles all the time. And we're noticing that's just completely destroyed. We have no idea what's going on. We have no idea how to track half this stuff, and we don't know who's introducing what next week into this area, and so it decimates it. To the point where like even like mosquito control is just like vector control they have for local states, municipalities are just basically just ran out of control now. So the mosquitoes are just rampant because of all this maneuvering. I mean, I can go on and on and on about that whole industry because I spent years in it. But if you're looking at just like pest control and the way bugs work around houses and all that, it's pretty bad what we've done as a society. There's no harmony anymore. That's the clearest picture you can ever take. There's just no harmony. Okay? We don't know how to harmonize. Beekeeping by itself and having beekeepers on the property and having independent beekeepers is a way to do that, but they don't do that for every bug. They don't do that for the ants. They don't do that for the wasps. They don't do it for the spiders. So that's a problem.
They don't do it for the ants because the ants are just ants.
Yeah,
you know how you call people ants when you really don't like them and you think they're small? It's like ants are like that, but literal.
Yeah, I mean, if you should look up the Argentine ant and just look how that fucker has basically dominated all of major Americas and South America. It kills all other ant colonies around it, and it is our number one ant, and it's not native. It's not native at all.
I remember just a few years ago, driving in the middle of the night through Alberta past fields, and it sounds like rain hitting your car. That's not a thing anymore. And it was all the insects coming up over the hot pavement in the middle of the night.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still these like massive seasons that come across and just eat massive crops, food shortages and all that. It's going to be extremely hard to buy orange juice coming up soon because there's a pest invasion on the oranges, things like that.
Yeah, and the Panama mold, from what I understand, has just recently started infecting the current banana. So that'd be cool. No more bananas. They're gone.
The Cavendish banana, if I remember right, off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think so.
Called the Cavendish, yeah. There's like new bananas coming out. People are like, yo, man, there's like a sweeter banana. There's different, like, everyone's been eating the same banana for like fucking 30 years. Like, Jesus, man. Got like new shit. Like, we have variants of all sorts of new shit. I don't just have one apple. Got tons of apples, but everybody eats the same fucking Cavendish banana. What's going on with that?
Nanners.
They got the monopoly. It's corrupt, crooked capitalism of bananas.
Crooked Dole Company. Pick
the Banana Republic.
Yeah.
Banana Republic is literally a banana.
Yeah, the banana surveillance state. Yeah.
Actually,
bananas naturally are like seedy and like not that delicious. So I mean, I'm glad they got to that.
I don't like
Is that
it.
where Banana Republic
but I
came
love-
from? Where Banana Republic? It came from the Banana Fruit Company.
No, there was this thing that's kind of nicknamed the Banana Republic, where Dole and a bunch of other companies essentially flipped the entire governments of South American countries and caused like political strife, and lots of people had lots of problems just because we wanted to eat bananas. And
Yeah, that's
another
the
fun fact
banana
is
planned economy.
banana flavoring, like banana Laffy Taffy, isn't a Cavendish banana flavoring. That's why it
It's
tastes.
the Gros Michel, which still exists in the best country in the world.
Dude, banana Laffy Taffy. I love banana Laffy Taffy, but that's the
Come
thing.
with me,
I don't
my
like
brother.
bananas.
Come to Uganda, where we have the Gros Michel banana. It's
I
everywhere.
don't like bananas at all, but I love banana flavored things.
Yeah, so you like
And
the
it's
Gros
the
Michel.
same-
Yeah, no.
it's
See,
the
like
same
back in
with-
the day, they were
it's
like
the
a
same
really
with a lot of fruit. I don't like a lot of fruit. But
That's why all that fucking candy tastes just like that weird, like artificial banana. That's a real banana flavor.
Yeah,
I
Andy, you
want
need to go to Uganda, my dude. That's where the Gros
yeah,
Michel
dude,
exists.
I need to travel to a different country in Africa just so I can try the banana that I like. That's flavors based off of it.
We have.
I don't think you guys could hear me there. Oh,
One-
I think you can now.
No, sorry, we could not.
No, that's all
I
right.
couldn't at least.
I was just gonna say
Yeah, but-
let's head down to the TAV. We
Yeah.
have a nice 4-hour
We-
stream today. It was a great
Yeah,
celebration. we
jeez,
are
dude.
remonetized on the main channel. It's a beautiful day. Thanks
And we
to
started
everyone
early, too.
who gave us super chats. Thank you
Oh,
for
yeah.
your comments,
Check it out.
everyone. We will be. I'm going to be going live tomorrow again. Of course, tomorrow is Wednesday, so Zemo will be hitting us with a conversation on our other channel. But it's looking like I'm going to be going live on our main channel every day at some point. So stay tuned for that. Andy, thank you. Thanks for the what are you calling it again? I keep calling it the paranormal.
Strange phenomena.
Strange phenomena.
Strange phenomena.
Okay. Thank you for the strange phenomena. And Mace, thank you for bringing up the story of the chimp.
The obviously made up story of it.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Everyone, I hope you enjoyed. We will be live again. This is episode 10 of the Pangburn Show. Just a reminder, this Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific time, I will be live with YouTube and Twitch streamer Destiny. He will be my, I believe it's 61st podcast guest. So, stay tuned for that. We'll catch you guys tomorrow, and as always, let art and science inspire.